views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is June the 18th, Juneteenth Eve, if you will. And if you want to join the conversation, just like always, all you have to do is dial the number at 1-717-908-1834 and hit the access code at 642794, and I'll open your mic and you can contribute to the conversation or put something on the table and we'll discuss that cordially, if you will, so people can hear what we're discussing. And so the YouTube feed won't sound so jacked up with people talking over each other. Listen, I titled the show, at this point it is what it is. There's what the hell can you do? You know, this country is racist. It is what it is. The Trump administration is corrupt. We lost the war. I don't know. He's stealing money. It's the same thing over and over again. He's a pedophile protector. He's probably a pedophile himself. But we'll get into all of that. Just like I do every week, I let y'all know what I've been up to, because besides following the destruction of America, I've started, doing things around the house myself. I shared with you some of the stuff that I've been doing, but what I've been interested in here lately is because I sold all my weight equipment. I sold my rack equipment, because I had that back surgery and other things were going on with me. I didn't think that I was going to ever get back into working out and stuff, but as I get better and better, I just went and ran up my credit card again, got me another rack system, and trying to build back up my weights and stuff so I can start back working out. I can't do like I did before, but it keeps me busy. Trying to fix me a little weight room and all that kind of stuff, and it keeps me busy instead of constantly watching all this bullshit on the internet, because it's stressful. It is stressful. There's a lot of things going on in this country, and this country has handed Black America its ass to kiss. And it's even more so that we have a racist administration, that Black Americans don't have a fair chance in this racist ass country. We've seen the Carmelo Anthony decision, where that child has been sentenced to 35 years in prison for defending themselves in a country that has made defending yourself a staple of the country's culture when it comes to laws like stand your ground. You know, stand your ground is probably got a little bit more famous during the Trayvon Martin incident. Yeah, that and when white Americans use that position to murder black people with weapons, they always walk free. But when it comes to a black American defending themselves from bullying and abuse, black Americans get sentenced to jail. There was another instance where this Asian shop owner broke the law. And I'm telling you, he broke the law and murdered a black child by shooting him in the back. Why am I saying that he broke the law? Well, he broke the law because he pursued that child a great distance from his store. And when that child didn't even pose a threat, the Asian shop owner shot that boy in the back. That's why he broke the law. That was murder. That was cold-blooded murder, and the court system looked at that situation and seen that there was a black person on trial against the quote-unquote model minority in the Asians, and the decision went in favor of the model minority, if you will, the people that want to be white adjacent, you know. And I think all of these things have purpose. I think these decisions are being made to rile up the black community in such a way to where the Trump administration can implement its ultimate plan to militarize and attack black Americans. That's what I think is going on. And then we just had another incident where an infant was shot and murdered by a police officer. Now, the story is a little bit more murky, but it's clear that the police officer shot and murdered that infant. And there is no just cause for him to do so. Supposedly, somebody was stealing diapers from a store. Look, we can stop there. Because if they're stealing diapers, it's not worth a bullet to rectify that situation. But they were supposedly stealing diapers, and when the girl finally did an interview, she said that she didn't steal the diapers; she paid for the diapers. So once again, yeah, and you know the story might be murky. I don't know. I don't have all the details. Like I said, I don't pay attention to this stuff that good. I just watch people report on it. But she ran to the car and was being chased, and the driver got in the car and started driving away from the police. Now the police claimed that the vehicle was being charged at them. We seen this same lie when it came to Renee Good, when that ICE agent said that she was trying to ram him with the car, and we seen the wheels turned in the opposite direction. But that was their justification for using deadly force. The mother of the child said that she held up her baby to show the police officer that there was a child in the car before he shot his gun. And he continued to unload in that infant. That was murder. I'm not a police officer, never have been a police officer, but I'm pretty sure one of the rules is not to shoot into a moving vehicle. That's probably one of the damn policies. You know, another thing police officers can do, which is pretty simple, is write down license plates. You know, if that car was leaving and they had a chance to write down the license plates, everything could have been resolved at a later point in time instead of shooting into a vehicle and murdering a baby. But once again, like I said, this country has turn up his ass to black people to kiss because there was a black child, because that was black people involved. The resolution is always immediately deadly force when it comes to these state-sponsored terrorists against the black community. There is never de-escalation. There's never a chance for black people to survive these encounters with these fucking Nazis, with these KKK members. There's never a chance. It's always escalation, murder, and death when it comes to black interaction with the police. And you said, Tyrone, you're extreme. You're lying. I want y'all to remember. You know, when I start remembering, I got to Google, so y'all can. I want y'all to remember there was two little white boys that was in a fucking gunfight. Let me see. Yeah, right here. See? It looked like it was in Albuquerque. All right, so I mean, there's a couple of instances. It looked like this one in Albuquerque, New Mexico, in February 2025. Two young brothers, 7 and 9, were involved in an armed standoff with the deputies from Bernalillo County. The mother called 911 to report the situation. The police used the drone to monitor and de-escalate the situation while the boys held loaded guns during a standoff with the older boy pointed the weapons at the deputies and attempted to pull the trigger. But the gun malfunctioned and the deputies fired less lethal rounds and successfully disarmed the children without anyone getting hurt. In this white situation, no one was hurt. They fired less lethal rounds to disarm the children. But in the black situation, an infant is being held up so the police officer can see that there's a black child in the car. It's full escalation and murder, death, kill immediately for this child that they didn't even have a chance at life. And I didn't know about this other situation, but it says Volusia County, Florida, in 2021, a 14-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy they don't tell the race of these, but I'm pretty sure they white. So you can correct me wrong. Who ran away from a children's group home, engaged in 35-minute shootout with the sheriff deputies. The children broke into a home and found several firearms, including shotguns and AK-47, along with 200 rounds and ammunition. The kids opened fire on the deputies 4 different times before the deputies returned fire. The 14-year-old girl was shot 3 times and injured, non-lethal, of course, while the 12-year-old boy eventually surrendered. Both are facing attempted murder charges. Once again, like I said, when it comes to white children in this country, they are highly protected by the state-sponsored terrorists that terrorize the black community and murder our children. You can remember the incident of Tamir Rice, who was playing on a playground. That was a child. You can look at Tamir Rice and tell that he was a child. I think it was around 12-year-old. And then I remember being on Blog Talk Radio, and Sarge called in and said he looked like a grown man. Let me pull up Tamir Rice. Here's this child right here. Sarge's argument was that he looked like a grown man. There is nowhere in any features of Tamir Rice does he look like a grown man. Why would Sarge say that? Well, because he's been programmed by the dominant society to repeat the fear-mongering and hatred towards black people, one of them being that black people, no matter how old they are fierce and scary and they just violent. That's why Sarge would say that he looked like a grown man, because he's been programmed by white society to paint this picture of black children being scary. Same thing they said about Trayvon Martin, about how scary he was, and George Zimmerman didn't have any other choice, right? This black boy was so violent. Same thing they said about Mike Brown. Now, Mike Brown was a big child, but he was a child nonetheless. There's this narrative in America to where black people are painted as evil and demonic and mean and fierce and a beast and all of these things, so you have to use deadly force whenever you encounter these people. That's Sarge's and the white American narrative when it comes to black people. We see it all in these videos on YouTube when the white lady encountered the black person, whether it's a man or a woman, and they start screaming, "Help, help, help. I'm in danger." And then everybody run over, and the first thing that they do is they address the black person when the white person is the racist piece of shit that started it. So this police officer seen an infant in diapers. And because that pussy ass motherfucker has been indoctrinated to think that everything black is evil and a beast, he put bullets in that baby. This is the country we living in. It's a sad situation. You know, I don't know. I mean, Carmela Anthony bothered me. The Rick Child story bothered me, but this one kind of hits a little bit different. It really does. And the other side is going to argue that the vehicle was a weapon because one of the girls was supposedly stealing, because they was trying to drive away. Whatever the argument is, they're going to try to justify this murder of this black child in this country, and they're going to get away with it. That's just a fact. They're going to get away with it. Now, like I said, this country is told, gave black people his ass to kiss. You even had a cross burning in Chicago right after the black boycott was announced against the Asian community. And when people recognize the burning cross on social media, it brought up conversations about the KKK, about white supremacy, and all of that stuff, because we know that they have a history of doing these sorts of things to intimidate black people. And that reminds me to remind you, if you are a black Christian, the KKK are Christians. I just thought I'd throw that in there. But in Chicago, the suspect was found, and it was Merlin Liu, a 21-year-old Asian man that set this cross on fire. What article? This is The Guardian. It said a 21-year-old man admitted to setting fire to a cross in Chicago Grant Park last week. Now in police custody with hate crime charges. According to the Chicago police, Merlin Liu was arrested and charged with 4 misdemeanors counts related to the incident on the 9th of June. The police released photos of the person of interest last week, allegedly fleeing the scene. The photos showed a young man who appeared to be in his 20s with dark hair, wearing a black backpack, dark trousers, white sneakers. The Reverend Michael Fledger, the pastor of Chicago Faith Community St. Sabina, offered $10,000 reward for the finding of the perpetrator of the cross burning, which has been long associated with racism, white supremacy, and the Ku Klux Klan. This was so premeditated. You made this cross somewhere, you carried it, got it downtown, put it in one of the most visible spots in Chicago, and then set it on fire, Flager told ABC. And this is decades old symbol of hate and supremacy and the Ku Klux Klan. This is their symbol. Liu spoke to NBC. Now that was strange because the Asian person that did the cross burning did do an interview with the news before he got arrested. That was weird. Liu spoke with NBC Chicago earlier this week before he was arrested, where the University of Chicago senior claimed, he goes to college, I guess, my protest had nothing to do with race, nothing to do with gender. He said he placed a red hat on top of the cross to protest Donald Trump. Okay, I want y'all to look at that cross. Do y'all see a red hat? Fuck no. This Asian person is lying. The station received a video last week in which Liu claimed responsibility for the cross burning, denied affiliation with the Ku Klux Klan, apologized to those who it offended, and criticized the U.S. president. You see what happened to Mr. Liu there is that Black America in solidarity told Asian Americans to go fuck themselves. Black America in solidarity, because of the verdict and freeing of the murderous Rick Chow, announced that Black Americans would boycott their businesses. And Black Americans put a financial dent in the businesses of Asian Americans. And a lot of Asians came out on social media in disagreement with that movement by Black people. A lot of Asians were upset and their racism came out. You heard them start using the N-words. You heard them start using the stereotypical insults about us raising our families. You heard them using the stereotypical inserts about Black women being promiscuous. We heard all the white racist talking points, but coming from the yellow man. Can I say that? Coming from the Asian. They was pretty upset. And Marilyn Liu come from a pretty prominent Asian family, and I'm pretty sure that they own businesses in Black areas. And he was probably upset that Black people weren't gonna buy his fucking nasty ass shrimp fried rice no motherfucking more. He was probably mad that Black people weren't gonna go into their shops. He was probably mad that his aunt had to close down her nail salon because she won't get in no business. I don't know why the fuck this motherfucker was mad, but he lying about not knowing about the KKK being a fucking senior in college. He want to all of a sudden hide his adjacency to white America when he tells this reporter that he put a red hat on the cross because he don't like Donald Trump. That's a fucking lie. Your daddy liked Donald Trump. Your mama, your aunt, all of you motherfuckers voted for Donald Trump. You probably voted for Donald Trump. This motherfucker is a lie. Now, ask me why he's lying. I don't know what his motivations is. But whenever you are in America and you use the symbolism of the cross and set it on fire, that is only related to one institution historically in this goddamn country. And I don't give a fuck how slant your eyes is. Everybody knows that that's a KKK related symbol. It ain't got shit to do with protesting Donald Trump. Never. I don't know who the fuck he's trying to feed this bullshit to, but and that's a lie. He's probably bothered because black people, like I said, is coming together and protesting his community. His community. And you know, I was watching. I'm not going to Google it. I was watching one video on TikTok, and this guy was going down the list of all the murderous behaviors that white people did towards Asians. And the history goes back far, where they're just killing Asian people. They just killed the fuck out of them. Which is even more confusing whenever you look at the Asians supporting white people, because historically they dropped atomic bombs on them, and they've had massacres, and they interned them in America, and there's the whole list of where white people just murdering Asian people. This is why I say these people just as dumb as these white racists. The Asians are fucking stupid. Asians are fucking stupid. And black people, during this time of TikTok and the internet and all of this information just flowing freely out here, I mean, it really exposes how alone the black American, I didn't say African, the black American is alone on this planet. We are by ourselves because there's turmoil within the diaspora. People don't like to talk about that. But if you look at your Haitians, the Dominicans, the Africans, they have been programmed just like everybody else to dislike the black slave or the black slave descendant. That is a fact. But I'm not going to get on the diaspora because that's an internal thing that need to be worked out. And I really wish it would come together. And I think there's people out there working on it, you know, because I mean, if black people came together across this planet, this would be a whole goddamn different fucking universe, you know. But unfortunately, colonialism and white supremacy spread far and wide outside of our borders, and some people have, a lot of people, well, the majority of the world has taken that up. But the Asian man is a different story. These people hate us just as much as white people. And for years, they seek us out, just like the Indians in our neighborhood with the convenience stores, and then you have the Asian people who are allowed to get business loans and open businesses and have slave labor to keep their overhead low, and allowed to sell these nasty ass food. I always thought that these Chinese restaurants sold some of the nastiest food. I haven't eaten them places in over 10 years, you know. I've always thought that you got some that are better than the others, but the ones that's called like China King and China blah blah blah, and then sitting on the corner, them places are fucking filthy. They are, and I realized that a long time ago. I said the way they fry their damn chicken is just, that's grease. That's all grease. Like, I don't know how the fuck they do it, but it's just grease. It's just disgusting. I say if you want some shrimp fried rice or some Asian food, get the recipe and build it yourself. Make it yourself. Cook it yourself. You can do that. Or a better idea is if you are a restaurant owner and you have the talents, just like they serve soul food, sell soul food. Your restaurant can start selling and making Chinese food. Fuck them. You can call it appropriation if you want to. I call it making money. But anyway, that's just a thought. But it seems like to me they always find our neighborhoods to plant themselves in and then expect black people to be mistreated. We did stories on the beauty salons and the nail salons where Asian people just beating black women with brooms and pulling their hair and all kinds of shit we seen on the video. I mean, these people do not respect us one damn bit. And people were saying back then that people probably need to stop shopping at these damn places. But I guess at that time, as long as it won't affect them people, they still continue to shop at it. But this time, I hope that it sticks. I hope this Asian boycott sticks around so much so that it runs these people out of the black communities. And in addition to that, I hope that black business owners, whoever's able, can step up to the plate and fill those slots. But the deal with black business owners and compared to Asian or Indian business owners is that America give those people the money to do that. And like I said, they don't pay a fair wage to those people that's working as probably their cousin or nephew or whatever the fuck working in them stores, or somebody from their country that's undocumented that is working in those stores, and that's how they get the labor. But yeah, I hope they throw the book at this guy that burnt the cross, even though he lying about this being a protest to Donald Trump. That was a fucking lie. He's butt hurt that that people are boycotting their racist ass goddamn community. And today, I didn't watch it, but I was very proud of it. That the Obama Presidential Library, I think it opened its door. It had a grand opening today. And as I was walking by screens and stuff like that, I seen that people were having a very good time up there. And let me put it on the screen here. I don't know if you guys can see that. But looked like people was having a very good time up there. And I am so happy that he finally got that done. And all the reporting from the place was just positive, normal. People were proud of being a part of the Obama's America and the legacy that he left, and I think I'm gonna go back and watch, because I ain't gonna lie to you. Am I a Obama fan? Yes, I am. Yes, we can. All that shit. Yeah, I am. I'm not gonna lie. But it was disheartening to me to hear how black people immediately started. Oh no! Hold on. it was disheartening to me how black people immediately took up the white supremacist talking points and started demonizing that man about reparations and what he's done for black people and all that kind of stuff. And I knew once that train left the station, there was no putting it back. There was no need in trying to sit down and have a conversation about what President Obama represented as the president of the United States and the achievements that he accomplished, because black people didn't want to hear any of that. They wanted to hear what money did he put in my pocket and why he didn't fight for reparations and all of this kind of dumbass fucking talk that makes no goddamn sense. Especially when you had 40 some other presidents worse than President Obama that you didn't even try to approach them with that type of conversation in this country. You know, and then it just got worse and worse and went from demonizing President Obama to demonizing the Democrat Party. All of those were white supremacist talking points that got propagandized to our community, and we took it up hook, line, and sinker. And we still fighting against some of those same talking, well, the majority of those same talking points today. You know, their propaganda machine is top notch. Once they have an agenda and they put out their talking points, there's nothing I can do to counter them. You know, I can recognize what they are when I hear them. And then whenever it comes to President Obama and Michelle Obama, everything that was being said about them was a lie. It was a fucking lie. There was no corruption. There was nothing that these people did wrong. And even nowadays, whenever you listen to people quote Michelle Obama, whenever she said, whenever they go low, we go high, I see people trying to tear that phrase of good intentions, and they're trying to tear that down. Well, Michelle Obama said, we go low, they go high. Fuck all that. And I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. I mean, if you want to do something, you don't have to demonize her in the process, you know. Do your thing, you know. You don't have to, because that woman had good intentions, because she knew that she was dealing with a racist country. She knew that she was dealing with racist white people. And she knew that getting in the gutter along with those racist ass people, because they're allowed to get in the gutter. They're allowed to be savage. They are allowed to do some of the most heinous stuff that you've ever seen. But soon as a black person does the same thing, the conversation, the focus switches to the black person, and the black person becomes the goddamn issue. That's just a known thing as being a black American. It just is. That's why, you know, some of our parents, including mine, saying that we got to work two times as harder. We got to do this thing. We got to do, because we've been told and taught how to make it in this goddamn country around these goddamn savages. You know, and I gave you examples of them murdering a goddamn baby compared to them having a fucking Western standoff with two fucking white children, and then nobody got hurt in that situation where the white children was having a standoff with the police officers. That's just the fucking country we live in. These people are racist. For years, every time I say that, people say, "Tyrone, you always talking about racism." Well, look where the fuck we live. That's why I say at this point it is what it is. You know, and there's only two options for black people in this country. The second option ain't gonna never happen. But the first option is to become politically educated, learn this system, take over this system, and implement your own rules and policies. The second option is medieval. You know, it just is what it is. That is the only two options we got. That is the only two options we got. There is no other option. History shows you whenever you go medieval on people, it changes things, you know. But that's not going to happen. So I don't know. I guess we just deal with whatever the fuck we got going on the way we deal with it. One of the ways we can start dealing with it is stop. How can I say this? Because we got some ignorant people in our community. Well, we need to educate ourselves. We need to educate ourselves, and we need to be open for suggestions and education. Just because you learned something and it felt good to you doesn't necessarily mean that it's right, right? So you need to dig down into the science behind it. And when I say science, I'm not talking about atoms and neutrons. I'm talking about the political science, the societal science on how things work historically and how things progress. What works, what doesn't work, you know, how to make it work. What organizations can you form to contribute to whatever agenda you're trying to achieve, you know. But unfortunately for us, we got people that don't want to hear that. They just want to run around like FBA and scream, "Give me my goddamn check," and all this kind of dumb shit, you know. Scream we on a Democrat plantation and what have they done for us lately and all this kind of bullshit that doesn't do a goddamn thing except for get clicks and views. And clicks and views ain't gonna change this racist ass goddamn system that we're in. And it should be easy. Listen to me, for black people and Democrats, this should be a easy fucking battle. You can't get no more fucked up than an administration that supports pedophilia, child abuse, woman abuse, rape, that murders Americans, murders foreign nationals, steals money from taxpayers, scams the taxpayers, that gets into a fucking war and loses the fucking war, that lies every day consistently on a regular basis. These people lie to the American people constantly. That has caused the economy to skyrocket where people can't afford shit. Taking away health care. Messing with Social Security. Literally demolished the goddamn White House. Drove a fucking bulldozer through the goddamn White House. Just had a wrestling event at the Lincoln Memorial. Good Lord. I mean, it should be easy when you're going up against somebody that don't give a fuck about this country, that don't care about the Constitution. It should be easy. He manipulates the goddamn stock market to enrich himself and his drug addict fucking kids. Violates the Emoluments Clause by taking gifts from foreign nations. I mean, it should be easy. We have never in the history of this country seen anybody more corrupt than this administration. George Bush, when he was in office and left, I thought that was the worst fucking goddamn president, the worst fucking racist ass white man, him and Dick Cheney. I said, there ain't nowhere in the fuck anybody could outdo George Bush. He got us into goddamn wars, got thousands of motherfucking Americans killed, lied about motherfucking weapons of mass destruction. I said, can't nobody be worse than George Bush. Crashed the motherfucking economy on the way out the door. Had to use our money to bail out industries. George Bush was the worst motherfucking president. And I said, can't nobody outdo this motherfucker. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how fucked up George Bush was. And he was fucked up. There's so many goddamn things that George Bush did. Hurricane Katrina. There's so many things that made George Bush the worst president in history. And Donald Trump said, hold my goddamn beer. Donald Trump came in here and goddamn, George Bush don't look so bad after all. I'm like, what the fuck? But this is the nature of the white man. Destroy, kill, murder. That's all they know is destruction. Savagery. When Dick Cheney took over the military contractors like Brown and Root, you didn't know that was goddamn corrupt. I mean, how the fuck is you the damn vice president getting paid off a goddamn military industry? You just knew that was fucking corrupt, right? But Donald Trump said, hold my beer. And there's so many goddamn constitutional violations that Donald Trump administration have committed when he invited Elon Musk in there, Doge, going into everybody's personal information, walking out of the White House with everybody's personal information and selling it on open market, shutting down that foundation to help people across the world. I mean, Donald Trump just, and one of the most egregious things that Donald Trump has done, and this is just me personally. You know, I know he's racist and all that kind of stuff, but one of the worst things that he's done is try to put his name on the Kennedy Center. I think that was disrespectful. I think that the way President Kennedy lived and died, that building was dedicated to him for his service and dying in the service of this country. And that's what that represented. And once again, Donald Trump said, hold my goddamn fuck John F. Kennedy. I'm gonna put my name on this building. That's disrespectful. You know, I hate that he bulldozed the White House. Ain't nobody saying shit about that. Ain't nobody saying shit about Donald Trump having a WWE wrestling contest, stomping on the foot of the goddamn Lincoln Memorial. Got wrestlers sweating all that Lincoln toes and shit like that. Ain't nobody saying shit about that. Had a bike rally at the motherfucking White House, and anybody saying shit about that. You know, it's just disrespect. It's the most ghetto shit. And then when he got us into this Iran war, and all the gas went up in this goddamn country, all the prices went up in this country, and then now they supposedly got a deal to where Donald Trump is about to give Iran $300 billion, and Iran is still going to be able to charge for people going through the Strait of Hormuz, and they're still going to be able to. Iran, we lost the war. This president lost a war to Iran. Who's this unknown caller?
What's going on? What's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? How you doing? I'm just rambling, running off my mouth about, well, how you doing tonight, man?
Yeah, I'm just watching clips of the New York Knicks parade for the most part. That's what's been coming on my feed.
Did you go to the game?
Oh hell no! I didn't go to the game. I didn't go to the after thing. I didn't go to the parade.
Well, listen, I'm not a sports guy, so give me a quick rundown of what happened with the New York Knicks. I know the New York Knicks is loved by New York, right? So, but I heard like they lost a game or something like that. So what happened?
Well, I believe they lost one game, and this comeback game that happened this past Saturday, you know, was what they won out in San Antonio, because they played, I think it was 2 or 3 games here, or 2 games there, and then 2 games here, or something that they mixed it, and so they had to play the last, not the last games, but the last games, not game but games in San Antonio. And you know, they won it, and so once they won, which they were close, I forgot they hit one. It was like really close. They won at the last minute, and yeah.
So that's why everybody all excited for the Knicks. Does it have something to do with they haven't won in a long time or something like that?
Yeah, well, they haven't won since 1973.
Oh, that's a long ass time.
You know, so it was a long time coming. You know, a lot of diehard New York Knicks fans here. You know, and they've been supportive and if you want to say loyal to the Knicks. You know, since the 80s and 90s. So all the new generation, you know, obviously that wasn't around, know the history of the Knicks and, you know, all the great players that they had, but they never got the opportunity to win the championship. They got close in 99, and I believe they lost to San Antonio at the time. So, you know, that was a big thing. New York.
Well, that's a good story then.
Yeah, New York is major basketball. You know, they major basketball connoisseurs. You know, basketball is big here. Street ball is major in New York City. And, you know, we got basketball courts all over the place. So, I mean, basketball culture is big in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just like the way hip-hop is, you know, to a certain degree. I mean, obviously, I would say beyond hip-hop, because hip-hop has grown big, but let's just say, you know, there's a lot of people that's into basketball that, you know, might not be into hip-hop or, you know, not the average person.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of fans. I see the people on social media bragging and they proud and all that kind of stuff. So I know there's a lot of fans. They wearing the jerseys and all that stuff, you know. So I know they're happy up there. Now, do they get a trophy or a title or something?
Yeah, well, New York got their trophy. I forgot the name of the trophy that they got, but it's a golden, you know, trophy with the like with the basket is a basketball player holding a basketball. Is the basketball like on a not pedestal, but
Well, yeah, I
like
got you. It's a trophy. I got you.
yeah, the trophy and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean it's just big overall. New York again, basketball is big here. They haven't won basketball tournament title since '73, close in '99. A lot of great players that came through the Knicks but were unable to win the finals. So this is big. Good team, young team.
Mm.
And a lot of people excited, man. With all this going on with New York City, I think it was, it was a really, really good thing, and just like joyous thing for people. A lot of people, they happy. That's the moral.
Oh, the Knickerbockers. That's their name. What kind of name is that?
The Knickerbockers. Well, they got a Knickerbocker Avenue too in Brooklyn, so I mean that could go. That gets into more history.
Okay, that's where they get the Knicks from.
The
All right.
Knickerbockers.
Well, that's good, man. I'm glad for them. I'm happy to see everybody happy. Shit. I guess since '73, that's a long time to not win something. Like I said, I'm not a sports guy, but I watch all these people celebrating, and I'm like, okay, this must be a big deal. So.
Yeah, me either. I'm not. I don't. I'm not invested in it. I always watch the finals. When it comes. I see. I like the Super Bowl. I like the World Series, but I'm not invested in sports like that. Like right now, we got all this hockey, soccer stuff going on here. They got the World Cup shit going on throughout the United States.
Mm-hmm.
And, the streets is packed. There's a lot of people from out of town, out of the country. I'm not into all that shit. I don't care who wins. But even in New York, I didn't care, whether they won or not won. But it was a good thing for New York. It's like, shit, it's been years that they won. So, yeah, I'm happy they won. But
I know they was all pissed off when Donald Trump showed up at the event.
Shit, they booed the owner today.
That's the game that they lost when Donald Trump was there, ain't it?
Yeah, they said he brought bad luck.
It probably was his fucking fault.
I tell you one thing, because I mean, even me, I was like, why he's always inserting himself? But it was the owner of the Knicks that invited him. So guess what? Today when he did his speech at City Hall, they booed the shit out of him.
He deserved it because he shouldn't.
I mean, everybody was cheering everything else. When he came on, they booed the shit out of him, and he knows why.
I mean, because that just messed up the whole mood for the game that night. Everybody had to change what they had to change because of Secret Service and all that kind of bullshit, and people couldn't do certain things and all that kind of shit.
He took away the watch party, man.
Yeah.
The watch party that people was happy, so that it was thousands of people that came out for that, and they were pissed off.
Did you hear about the deal that's supposed to be signed with Iran?
Or the no deal?
Exactly. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how these people keep giving this man a pass. I mean, we literally in 2026 lost a war to Iran. We lost that goddamn war. I said that early on that we was losing the goddamn war. We lost it a long time ago, but they're making it official now. America lost the goddamn war to Iran.
Well, I mean, financially, yeah, they hit us. I mean, like they said, they couldn't. They as far as like weapons that we got all type of weapons and shit. But
no, they're gonna still control the Strait of Hormuz and still be able to charge a fee for people going through the strait. They're still going to be able to work on their fucking nuclear plan. They're going to be able to develop weapons. Donald Trump will give them $300 billion. And then they're going to release Iran money that they owe him. I mean, all of that shit, we lost, man. I mean, he's conceding to Iran. There's nothing the United States is getting out of it.
I'll be honest with you. You know, I think that why all that is part of it what's happening because you got a lot of rich Iranians here in the U.S.
Well, no. What happened is that the Jews, the Zionists or Netanyahu, talked Donald Trump into getting to something that he couldn't control. For some stupid ass goddamn religious reason, Netanyahu wants to eliminate Iran and other Middle Eastern countries over there so he can have this fucking goddamn Jewish caliphate and own that whole goddamn nation. It's one of these things to where previous presidents knew the extremism of what Israel was doing and they didn't fall for it, but this idiot did, you know. And now the American
there's some tension with Israel and the U.S. now.
They need to fucking cut Israel off. Hey, what's up, Miss Elisa? Welcome to the show.
They were just talking about that, how they having some type of issues, you know, because of that. Because he wanted to go in and he told him, no, you don't do that. And now, you know, hands are tied on that side. He said they said some shit pissed them off.
Because Israel will fight for the next goddamn 80 years if you let them. Because of this religious bullshit that they own. You know, I mean, I understand. Listen, I had to learn through some hard knocks about criticizing people's religion. And I had to teach myself that there probably is a place for that type of doctrine in people's minds and stuff like that. But once it crosses a goddamn line and start involving other humans and death and all that kind of stuff, that's when you got to say, hey, you're going to have to slow down on that shit. Because this shit is extremist. They actually...
Yeah, I mean, they painted a picture that, you know, to make it look like they were the saviors or the good people. You know, and there's other shit behind it. You know, like part of it is still him, you know, being prosecuted in his country.
Yeah.
You know, and then, you know, our hands tied up with them because of different businesses that we got going on, or this country has going on with them behind the scenes. So there's a lot of shit that we do know and some things that we don't know, all the details of why, but you know, why is it that America, the U.S., is, you know, kind of like always, you know, backing them up in a lot of shit. But they're realizing that, you know, no matter how much they have helped them, you know, they see that he's uncontrollable himself. He has his own agenda, you know, and that he's not listening to what the U.S. is telling them to do.
Not at all.
Talking on, you know, on air, and saying certain things that I guess is now pissing off the government here. And so that's when the president started talking about, you know, oh well, you know, Iran, they do deserve to have some weapons, and they deserve to, you know, they gotta have a country and all this other shit. So I guess because, you know, Yahoo ain't listening to Trump, and he gets upset, you know, when they don't go his way. So that's one issue, you know, what was going on with there. But again, it's a mess. I mean, you see what he got himself into, and everything that he usually gets himself into, it gets messier than what it was, you know. And if it was something that was not there, it is there now. So it's a big mess, man. I mean, and they're gonna throw it on Vance, on JD. JD is gonna be the one that got to deal with it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
We're in a bad place, man. Our country looks like shit. As much as everything is going on, luckily we got all these other things going on in the world that's, you know, keep people together and people. But at the same time, you know, we got all this mayhem going on. And, our government looking crazy.
Yeah, I blame white Americans. These fucking racist ass pieces of shit. They don't give a fuck about this country. They don't give a shit if this country crashes. As long as it's under the authority of a white man, they don't give a
Apples
fuck
and
about this
oranges.
country.
It sure is.
But go ahead, how you doing?
What's
Oh, I'm
happening?
doing okay. What happened to Tyrone lost? My phone had
I think Tyrone went
clocked
to get
out.
a snack.
Huh?
Oh, he must have, unless you talking, trying to
Hello?
fill
Uh
dead
oh.
air. But I heard you all were talking about the New York Knicks. I was happy for the Knicks that they won. Uh,
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. There are 8 participants in the conference. Q&A session has started. The recording has started.
since they will put no money into these things.
Uh oh, there's my mic. I'm sorry, y'all. I dropped off.
Hmm.
Oh, okay. I don't see them putting no money into our team, so it is what it is. Maybe they'll pull up and do something.
Right. I mean, even the money that comes into New York City from the championship, I mean, it doesn't trickle down to the average person. Now, they got programs themselves. The actual Knicks players, and maybe I don't know if the actual franchise does, where they put some money into certain things with that helps the community. But I know more than anything, the players, because they come from those communities, are the ones that actually doing anything outside of
Yeah,
just everybody being happy that they won. Because again, the average person is really not. As far as all the money that was drawn in, so a lot of people came here, spent money on hotels, on the food and all that. Mostly corporate. So the corporate is gonna win. The hotel chains that people are staying in, is barely any mom and pop hotels here in New York City. So, I mean, as far as
mhm.
like the average person getting money, they're gonna get money. People make their money, hustling whatever they can hustle. But main thing is everybody around the franchise, sponsors, major corporations, companies. They the ones that really benefit off of this.
Off of this, yeah.
Yeah, like the city's not gonna get a check and say, okay, well, guess what? People are gonna pay less rent this year, or we're gonna do a program for this that, to help the average, you know, New York citizen or New York City citizen, get do better in whatever that is. So again, I give it to the players that they're involved with foundations or they have their own foundation where they actually doing some things and putting up their own money, getting sponsors involved. But the franchise itself, yeah, what are they gonna do? You know, I think it was the players that gave um tickets to or pushed to get tickets for people that couldn't afford to see the playoffs to go
Mhm.
on whatever how many people that they let do that as far as get in for free and stuff like that. So that was the stuff they did. I hope again maybe the franchise with all the money that they make, and the guy that owns it got a lot of money and he does something. But yeah, it's not really okay. And I'll just say one thing, and beautiful that it won and all the celebration and all that. But there was somebody that put this. It was a post, and it was something to think about. It said, just imagine if we was to put all that energy into something to change laws and to,
Right.
make
That's
real
true.
impact in our thing, and we don't do that. Like to get people to come out for certain rallies and certain things, we can't even get them numbers. So I'm just saying that was something that somebody put out there, and it was food for thought. I was like, yeah, that is true. Not to say that
That's
all
true.
protests is not full of people, but if we had that same energy, they done put buses on fire, they done broke down all type of shit. It was going crazy, and it's like, damn, imagine turning that energy, pot not burning stuff, but putting that energy, that hunger into making an impact to something that is affects everybody
Hmm.
and bringing light to that where it makes some type of change. So you know it is what it is, but it shows you that we have the numbers. There are people out there and there is energy out there if it's directed the right way. it can make it could do positive things for us. I'll just say as citizens of the United States.
So there was riots and stuff after the game. Of course there was. I'm pretty sure there was
No, I wouldn't say riots, because I mean there was
a
there
lot of
was
vandalism.
there was vandalism. There was what you see at a lot of these games, that when they win a championship, people
People
want
get
to break
stupid.
something.
They get
Yeah,
stupid.
they
Yeah,
want to
'cause they
break
Yeah.
do
shit.
they do that. They do that everywhere. They
Yeah,
do that every year.
they
When
want to
teams win,
break
people
shit.
get stupid. People tear up some stuff. They act stupid. Then eventually they go home drunk.
Hmm.
Right. That's exactly what it was. And it was, and if they're gonna get mad about what happened, there was a lot of kids out there, young kids.
Mhm.
You know.
They get stupid. But I was happy that they won. Not that I really cared, but it had been so long. But so I was happy, and I knew it was gonna make a lot of people happy. Now if we can get our team to doing something,
Mm.
y'all think New York showed out? We have to see what the Wizards gonna do.
Oh, Washington Wizards.
Yeah, I see what the Wizards gonna do. Uh, and if the Commanders ex-Redskins, they had some fans, the beat off fans. They used to get stupid and tear up, burn up whenever the Redskins win. Watch the Commanders win something. The Ravens fans down there in Baltimore ain't no joke. And when the baseball team won the championship, what was that, year before last? The people didn't get too stupid when they won the what do you call it, the what is the baseball thing called,
The World
when
Series.
World Series, yeah, when they won, was it the Capitals? What's the baseball team? I know my father and all them was happy when they won, and because he always he still considered, that was a couple of years back, himself a Washingtonian. Like now, you move back to South Carolina, you no longer you no longer part of this subject, but he never let it go, even after he
Hmm.
moved back down there. He loved any of the teams and stuff, Maryland and DC. He just loved them and had all their jerseys, and that's who he always rooted for. Then after he moved back down there, he still considered himself a Washingtonian. But your people get stupid. But I was happy for him. I was genuinely happy for the Knicks.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not a sports person like that, but and I'm not, it's great. For me, yeah, I like the Yankees in the sense of, there's a somewhat of a symbolism as far as New York
Mhm.
City and stuff like that. But either way, I'm not gonna get a check out of it. But I'm happy.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't gotta be a check for me. I'm glad that other people are happy. Maybe people that was
I'm happy
not
about it.
feeling
Yeah.
down, yeah, were feeling down for other reasons, and this brought some joy in their life. Like I said, yeah, of course, much kudos, and for those that are happy,
Yeah.
celebrate, enjoy, you know, just do it safe. That's all.
Yeah.
And I don't blame a kid. Not that I justify it or or condone, but I'm not gonna go into kids breaking shit and putting the shit on fire. Because
Nah, that shit happens.
if I was young, I would say if I was young back in the '90s and that shit would have happened, I probably would have been one of them kids wilding out on a scaffold,
Yeah.
probably doing some crazy shit that I wasn't supposed to. So I'm not even gonna knock their hustle. It is what it is. You know.
But things are a little different now, and
Yeah, and social media is all over the place, and cameras is everywhere. So another thing is that whatever was done out in public, especially in that area, they're probably gonna identify a lot of people. So
yeah,
it is
they
what it
they
is.
will identify because they got cameras everywhere.
Everywhere.
Back in the '90s, and you could say the early 2010s,
Hell
you
yeah.
could still get away with that stuff. I'll say the early 2010s, you could still get away with stuff like that. But them days is over. They have your face plastered up all over because we have cameras everywhere. And I know New York have them every inch. and we have them everywhere. You can't do nothing. You can't do anything, and maybe that's a good thing. Cause I know, like my development, when we voted to bring cameras in, cameras is everywhere now. You see them blue lights up, cameras is there. You can't get away with nothing. It costs money to have all them cameras put up, but you can't get away with anything anymore. No place. And maybe that's a good thing. Tyrone, do y'all have the cameras like all through? Y'all have them out all throughout. I forget where you live at. I'm gonna say Charleston,
I
not your
mean,
Myrtle
Myrtle
Beach.
Beach. Yeah, they got cameras down here.
But do y'all have them in your neighborhoods and stuff?
Now I ain't seen none in my neighborhood. So I haven't seen none in the neighborhood. But they may have some
We have
community.
a
They may have some communities with cameras down here. I don't know. You know, these folks like to watch you.
I think
yeah,
at
they're
some
like
point every traffic light will have a camera in it one
yeah,
in
and
every
they will
traffic
have
light.
all of them everywhere because we have well, our homeowners association, not because it was a lot of crime, they wanted them. So we voted and they paid for it. So you see them blue lights up. You drive up down somebody's street, do something. It's gonna catch a picture of your car, your tag, your everything. I voted for it too.
Hmm.
Cost, but I voted. Yeah, go ahead and bring them. That's what when they did the vote, everybody voted. I said, yeah, bring them,
Yeah, I would.
and they put the
I wouldn't
camera.
mind. I don't think it's an invasion of privacy or whatever. I think it's more safety to help protect people.
Mm,
Girl, people wouldn't be doing the crimes, right?
you got
It's
nothing to
like,
worry about.
yeah, no, and really, I say, all these cameras is due to people that committed the crimes and people push for this shit. It was like
Hmm.
if the crimes wasn't being committed at such a large rate in certain places,
Hmm.
them cameras would not be in place. So, when we get upset about, oh well, yeah, they put in cameras. Well, let's get mad at the person that caused up all that shit,
Hmm.
whatever they were
Hmm.
doing, to the point where now they know they watching everything. So, again, those that caused that shit to happen are the result of those cameras.
Yeah.
Hmm. And there are
Period.
places like we wanted them because I was trying to
To
think.
prevent
It was
to prevent shit.
to prevent people from
Yeah.
doing stuff because it wasn't really no crime going on. I know, like a couple of years back, we've had them now for years, but the year before, the people voted in the condominium section, one crossover. It was a shooting, and this girl got killed, and I
Mm.
think she was about she's like 19. She got killed. And I remember I was up watching as a matter of fact, I was up talking to you guys and I heard something go chicka chicka chicka. I'll never forget that. And I said, that sound like I wonder if it's it look like I got no fireworks. Well maybe it's fireworks, you know. Even though fireworks is outlawed in the county, but the people still get them from time to time. And then the next morning, we had heard that someone had got killed.
Mm.
And that thing had scared me as a young girl. Thing had scared me so bad, pretty young girl. And it was something to do with a boyfriend, you know, and some foolishness with a boyfriend or something was going on. And right after that, people was like, "We get to get cameras up," you know. And when they had the homeowners association, everybody voted for it. And it was like, yeah, it was like, well, it's going to cost the community such and such because, you know, you have to, we had to pay for that and to put them cameras and stuff up. So they put them up and you see the blue lights. Every street you drive down, they blue. So it was like, everybody was like, yeah, after that happened, everybody was like, yeah, 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 yeah. And that was a domestic thing, you know?
So
Sad, but
is there less break-ins and stuff like that because of the cameras?
I don't know if there was a bunch of break-ins to begin with.
Oh, okay.
So I can't really say because when they send you the information from the homeowners association, you will hear about oh yeah,
It
you
could
will
be
hear about
other neighborhoods.
you will hear about because when they send them to us in the homeowners association, you hear about somebody's house was broken in. You can always have somebody's house broken in, and you're gonna hear about the car was stole. Somebody car was stole. You hear about, but it wasn't like no bunch, no.
Okay.
And oh yeah, right after the girl got killed, there's a gas station not too far, and one of the guys who live in uh one of the single families down on the other side, he got killed at the gas station, and that really and the crazy thing is that really had me scared because he got robbed at the gas station, and we don't understand because the people who work at the gas station, they said it looked like they was trying to rob him, and they was trying to rob him and carjack him, and he was trying to fight to make them stop. Is you nuts? Are you nuts? And he was fighting them at the pump, and he got shot and killed.
Mm.
And he was driving. It was a new BMW SUV. Let him have it. Screw that truck. But then it was all on the news, and come to find out, it wasn't no ragamuffin from someplace else who did it. It was a student that went to the college.
Mm.
He was out robbing. And the student, his parents lived not too far up the road in Old Big Old House. They had him, what are you doing? What are you doing? Your parents, what's going on while you out here robbing people? He was actually trying to carjack to take the truck. It's basically what it was. What are you doing? And his family, he was a student, lived on the campus, and you out here doing that. Well, he's in prison. He's in jail serving life. He's in prison serving life. They caught him quick. But the gas station had got cameras on every corner. But whether it stopped break-ins or whatever, I don't know if there was a lot of break-ins to begin with. There was some. You always gonna have some. But after those two incidents, people was like, "To hell with it," Put the cameras up and let the people see that they're cameras. Don't just put up signs that the neighborhood is being monitored by. Don't just put up a sign. Let them see that there's cameras. So everybody, when you see them, because it's blue all the time, but at night the streets, when you turn the streets, you say it's blue, so you know what that is.
Mm-hmm.
So I voted for it too. So hey, why? Yes, why not?
Well, I did
'Cause
see
the
a
people,
sign. I did see a sign saying the neighborhood is being monitored. So but I can't spot the cameras. It ain't got no blue light on it or nothing. So I don't know. Maybe they got a little cheap version or something.
maybe all of them hours are blue though. You could
Mm-hmm.
see them as you drive in, like coming off the main. You could see them at all the little different spots. They had like these poles or whatever they're not poles or whatever you call them. You
Yeah,
see these. They're actually quite pretty. It look like the blue lights that be on Christmas tree.
yeah. I know what you're
At,
talking
at,
about because
you know what I'm
they
talking
have
about?
them at the hospitals around here. Those little blue
Yeah,
cameras. Yeah.
this little blue camera, so you know what that is.
Mhm.
So I mean, I if people wasn't doing stuff, people wouldn't have to put the thing up. If you go to and there's a lot of gated communities where it's a gated community right across the street. Ours isn't gated. And people say, well, maybe we should get it. That's just too much of money. Y'all talking about everybody homeowners association going up to get it gated. But the one right across there, they gated there. And people say, y'all acting like the crime. They was just like, no, it adds to this, that. So I was like, no, we ain't going that far. We're trying to gate nothing. Because the crime is not like that. But they did it to add that. That's a condominium little thing. And theirs is gated. A lot of these communities over here are gated. And that adds to the value when it's gated as well. So it's like,
Mhm.
no, we just put them cameras in. We just did this. And then when they had the entire area, when they had the new FiOS upgrade, we paid to have every inch of that done. It was like y'all hold off on that because it's so sick. The association fees just keep going up. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Every time you keep adding all that stuff. Then they had to do something with the pool. then it's like everybody's like, well, we should just get rid of that pool. People's like, no, we need to keep the pool because it as and because up to me, I don't use the pool, but you have to pay. Uh, you pay the pool fee, and I rarely ever go. My nieces and them, they different people come over if they want to use the Joe King,
Hmm.
but the homeowners association fee just keep going up, 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 up. Then it's $300 every summer for the pool, up, up, up. Then this, it's just
You said
one
three
thing
hundred
after
dollars for the pool.
for the pool.
What the hell is the
Yeah.
how much is the homeowner association if that's $300?
Well, you pay that for the like when they open the pool. That's for the summer.
Oh
You pay the
man,
$300
I would
for the
die.
whole for the. For I know for the summer you have to pay that because that's what they say it takes to keep it for the pool. I ain't gonna tell you what the homeowners association fee is once
Uh-uh.
a month, but
That
it's high. But that has nothing to do with the pool. When it's time for the pool, you have to pay that for the pool
well, I
season.
would
That's
have
nothing
to,
to do with the
I
pool.
would die every time I have to pay that. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of money for
And if you don't pay it, they will take you to court over that. So you got to pay it.
what
And
the
you're like,
hell?
well, I don't want to use the pool this summer. Don't matter.
Uh-uh.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter whether you want to use it or not. You got to pay it.
That's
And you go, well,
crazy.
because most people would say, well, I'm not going to use it. You see what I'm saying? And they still have to upkeep. They have to pay for the lifeguard. They have to pay for the people that's working over there. So yeah, you have to pay it. And
Hmm.
if you say you're not going to pay it, they're going to take you to court. They go, you don't have to use it. You have to pay this. And then they give you your pool passes and stuff. But you probably would scream if you heard what the association fee is. I'm
I
not even
can
gonna
I can
say.
imagine. My little association fee ain't that. And when I first moved in, it was $10 a month, and then they promised me it would never go up. But after about 10 years, they started raising it and raising it and raising it. It still ain't too bad for me. I still hate paying this little bit of thing. But I seen people around here that was paying like $700 and $800 for it. And then one guy told me that he paid $1,200 a month for homeowners association. I said I would never live there. That's crazy. That's a mortgage. Uh oh. And then lost Elisa.
Yeah. Well, oh, she's out.
Yeah, man, them people that's paying them that's crazy. That is a ripoff.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole thing behind that.
And that
It's just like you gotta pay for a lot of stuff. You know.
yeah. Uh oh, Lisa, you
Yeah,
dropped off, but you back now.
Like even security. What is it when they have them private security?
Hey, you
You
got to
see,
pay for all that stuff.
yeah, private security. Those 24-hour security. If you got and gated community, you paying for that. That shit ain't going for free.
Yeah. Yeah, I would never live in one of
You
them
know. It's
neighborhoods.
like, oh,
But
you want activities? You gotta pay for money.
you
We
got
gotta
to
all
pay for
come
that stuff.
together. Oh, you want pool access? Oh, well, we gotta clean out the pool. We gotta get somebody to maintain the pool or whatever. There's
They got to
all
hire lifeguards. You have to hire staff because
lifeguard.
they
That's right.
work there.
Yeah.
That's why everybody got to pay $300
Mm.
for the. That's like you pay that as you're coming up
Membership.
near for what is it? Not for what's it? Memorial Day up through Labor Day.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a flat $300. You pay that, and then they do whatever they do to winterize the pool
Mm-hmm.
and cover it up, and then it closes, and it's the same thing. Zara, you said y'all was paying $10 a month. That's for
When,
association fee.
when I
That,
was
I, ooh,
when I first moved in, that's what it was. But over the years, they started raising it and raising it and raising it. But it's still not too bad for me. So,
well,
uh,
I'm almost embarrassed to say because I first moved here when I got divorced because I moved from, our homeowners association fee was 90. It had gotten up to $120 a month
yeah.
from where I lived before. Then when I moved here, it was like $200 a month,
Mm.
and then it kept going up, up, up. And then when COVID hit, I'm almost embarrassed to say with the monthly homeowners association, $540 a month.
Oh God, I just had a heart attack.
I'll tell my business, but I swear for God, $540 a month.
Jesus. Well, y'all can have that. In a lot of cases, it's worth it. You know, you pay for that security, and you know you expect certain things. So I get it, but geez, I think
I don't.
I think they ripping people off with that stuff. You know,
It is a ripoff. It is a ripoff.
because
It is
to me,
a
it's
ripoff.
not part of the mortgage.
It's not.
It's not part of the insurance. So
Nope.
it's just, I guess you're paying for the amenities, but you know,
Yeah.
like you said, if you want to opt out of the amenities, you don't ever participate. Why you got to be forced to pay something? That's crazy.
You have to pay. You can't opt out. And if you don't, like if you just say, I'm not paying this no more, not paying it anymore, then they will take you to court. And it depends on how backed up it is. They can lien on your home.
Mhm.
So it's just like, because when COVID went by and when COVID, like nearing the, we was up in the middle of COVID, nearing the end, well, before, yeah, as we started really coming up. I mean, we're still here, but you know what I mean. It was 400 and like 400, $420 a month.
Mhm.
And then they said that they was raising, because see, we don't pay water. Nobody.
Okay, well that's good
None of,
then.
none of the single family homes, none of the condos, none of the townhomes, nobody.
What about
We
your
don't.
cable and stuff? Do you pay for that?
Yeah, yeah, I pay for all that. Only we don't pay is water. That's
Okay.
it.
Well, that's something.
But that ain't nothing. My water bill used to be $40.
That's what
That ain't nothing.
I was gonna say. It ain't that much, cause mine is like $31 a month. So
Yeah, that ain't nothing. So we don't pay water. That's it. And they do keep everything beautiful. And cause see, I don't have to do. I live in a town, like a townhouse back to back condo.
uh
Then all the other condos, I don't. The little piece of ground I have, that's in it. I don't have to. I don't mow, cut. I do none of that. The bushes, none of that. They do all of that. They do all of that.
hmm
So I don't have to worry about that little piece of ground. I mean, but for those like the single family homes and stuff like that, they have to do. They take care of that themselves, or they could pay extra and they will do their front yards. But everybody for like the townhouses, they do everybody's front. They take care of all that front to side. You take care of your back. They do all of that. You don't have to do anything. They cut all the grass. They do all the bushes. If you have bushes, whatever it is you got going on, they do all of that. And they do a good job. They do.
Well,
And then
no, that's
people
what you're
be
paying for. So that's the one thing that they need to do is make sure that you
Shit,
guys are
that
taken care of.
300 a month better.
Yeah.
Shit, I
so
would be
that
complaining at the office.
I do complain with certain things that they're supposed to do. Let like one of the lights that's supposed to be, what do you call those lights that be on the outside?
Yeah. I know you're talking about the
That's,
security lights or
that's
whatever.
yeah, let a bulb be out and see when I be up on their phone. And they have the people that come through and they walk like two, three times a week and they clean up. They had a company where I saw it was a black, I think it might still be black owned, but they got these Spanish people that work for them. And they be out picking up your trash. And the people who live in the condos, they say how everything is just immaculate how they do. And
Well,
they
no, you
have like,
paying for it, so it should be. You know, that's the way it's supposed to be.
but if that's still too much, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's still too much. And anything, they keep all of the streets, and we have like when it snowed. Now, this is the thing that I'll say is great. When we had this last snow, this past winter, we had all that ice, everybody was stuck. We don't have to worry about the
They gonna
county.
clean it.
Yeah, we don't worry about the county. They have a private company that come through and now they ain't doing your driveway or nothing like that, but they have a private company that cleared out all the streets when everybody was stuck because the county was having problems. They made that. That's one thing that I would say is worth it. But we don't have snow and ice every day.
Right,
You see what
right.
I'm saying? But what we do, they are good with that. They have the people come. They will even come for like the people who live in the single family house. If they stuck in their driveways and stuff, they came with the bobcats, got the ice and stuff out the way. So that right there is a godsend. We have snow and ice and stuff like that. They have all the sidewalks, like the community areas,
Hmm.
but all of that stuff. So they do do a good job. We have office with they have staff there that you tell them, well, look, you go down if you complain, well, this needs to be done. That they good with they're good with that. Everybody knows the on, but they, like the property people who's be all around, we all know them and they keep the thing. But let something be off and don't see one idea because that's still too much money.
Hmm.
Because with some people hear what we paying, but then some of these other places, some of these other people be paying eight, $900 a month for
Yeah,
their
it
food.
can go up now. You know.
Oh, that's crazy.
So, so it's stupid, it's ridiculous. That's what a lot of people say they want to live in like a single family home where they don't have these damn associations, because them things will break you. They will.
Well, I think white people figured out another way to make an income.
Make extra money.
That's
That's
all
all
it is.
it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's a way to make money and to tell you what to do and how not to do it. And
Yep.
like Maryland has just they when Maryland became a what do they call it? A dry free or dry your clothes? The free to dry state. It's something like that.
Hmm.
Maryland became one because for the longest time people couldn't dry. They couldn't put a clothesline. We can't do nothing like that around here. But if you have a single family home, like the people with the single families, they can put out a clothesline and dry their clothes in the back if they have a backyard.
Hmm.
But for years, you couldn't do that. You could not. They would come look over your fence, and you could
Mm-hmm.
not do that. So we are a free to drive state when Maryland became a free to drive state. Because people were like, it's ridiculous. No, you don't go put no clothesline up in the front of your
Well,
house.
I ain't seen no
But
clothesline in a long time. People still use that?
yeah, I don't think South Carolina might not be a free to drive state because all the states aren't.
Well, it's the country. I'm
So
pretty
you,
sure somebody got a
This
clothesline.
is
I
the
just
give
haven't
and take
seen
of the
one
United States.
in forever.
This is the
but
give
all
and
the
take.
states aren't free to drive. That was just a way because I saw a documentary about that for them to make money and tell people what to do and to find money and to keep people. And also, they were in cahoots from how the documentary said. They were in cahoots with these manufacturing was
Hmm.
paying these
Companies.
people on these. You see what I'm saying? They was paying these people. This was back in the, but it was making the car cutter boy after the war and stuff. When people came back and building these houses and getting these GI loans and buying these homes and these homeowners associations started. And you had these companies that Maytag and Whirlpool.
Mm-hmm.
They were bribing these homeowners
So
associations
they can buy
to
this
vote
shit.
so they could buy. There you go. So they could buy washers and dryers and stuff.
For all those
And then
units.
before it was gone, before it was over, nobody was able to even put up a clothesline because they were being bribed. White folks gonna find a way to get some money out of you. They're gonna find a way. So Maryland is a free to drive state. Think
Yeah,
maybe
I
some
just looked that up. That's crazy. it's
you
got
see you saw what
it's
I'm
got
saying,
it's
yeah.
got California, Colorado, Florida, Hawaii, Maine, Maryland, and Oregon, and Vermont. Those are the states. That's
That's
crazy.
free to and Arizona, hotter than it there, they just got it to be free to drive. So you and that was a way for these companies and manufacturers had these people all on the payoff so that people would buy them dryers and stuff like that. Now you go to European countries and stuff, they always thought it was crazy that you couldn't dry your clothes outside. You had to get washed and dry. But this
It looked like
all
the homeowner association can implement, that dry restriction, but these states where you live, y'all homeowners association can't do it. So
They can't do it anymore. They
yeah,
cannot do it. Yeah, they cannot do that anymore. They used to be looking over people's fences and stuff.
That's
And
crazy.
people
The
put up
fire.
a little short thing where you can't see it. They would look behind and see that you got,
Or climb with a
and they was
ladder.
yes. And so, but when they started change, but they still have some restrict, still have some things they can't say. You can't put that clothesline up and leave that stuff out there for a week. You see what I'm saying? They still, but they can't tell. You have to be able to have a single family with a backyard with like a fencing. You can put it up,
boy,
but
these
they
white
would. You
folk
could.
be all in people business, huh?
That's see what I'm saying. You see when you looked it up, I knew you was. You see it. At all the states is still the homeless associate got people by the neck. They got them by the neck, and they got the men by the you know what.
Mm-mm.
Telling you what you can do, what you can't do, looking over people's fences and finding people. But when Maryland became, what is it, right to drive, free to drive, whatever it is, state was like, yeah, because people can put up them a little clothesline in their backyard. Why they can't do that? That's not hurting anything. Then you don't want it in the front yard. You see what I'm saying? But you should be able to do that.
Why the hell would they come up with this law? That is crazy.
To make money. To make
That
Think
is
money.
about it.
crazy.
And people didn't even know it was a thing. You just knew you had to get a dryer. And I forgot when they start, like right around in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and 90s. That was just always something you had to do. To people was like, wait a minute, this is ridiculous. That people came put up a little, and they started. You know who else got? It was different groups and stuff got involved, and they still working on trying to get all 50 states
Hmm.
to be a right to drive. And that don't that sound crazy that you should have the right to dry your clothes
Yeah,
in your
I mean,
backyard?
I kind of wonder what happened to all the clotheslines, but I was just thinking that people just started using
No,
started using dryers, you know.
no, they stuck because what how the documentary said that neighborhoods and places that had homeowners because not every place has homeowners association. Like if you live in a neighborhood, you don't have it. You just have to pay certain county fees, pick up
Right, right,
trash and
right.
streets and all that. But all of those that got once after the war, people got GI bills and they started building like they started really building these places with houses and apartments and condos, and people was able to get them. Then the homeowners association started up. That's when they started up, and
Hmm.
people said, "Well, that's a good thing because you don't have to worry about somebody painting their house psychedelic color, and then that mess with your. You see what I'm saying? Your property value, and everybody would have to keep their thing up so that your property value. So people are like, hey, that's a good idea. But then, and everybody agreed to that, and it makes sense. I agree with that too. That some people can't just do what they want. Everybody has to keep their property up so it won't affect the property next door, across the street. That makes sense. But then the homeowners associations, they started overstepping. And then it came down to where people put up clotheslines that live in,
Hmm.
poor neighborhoods, and it's going to devalue the home. And then they started, you can't do clotheslines. You can only do them in the back. But who was doing it in the front? But anyway, then it got to the point where you couldn't do it at all. And then they started with the bribery. They said that the Whirlpool and Maytag, they wanted to get some of that money. So
Hmm.
they started like how all things do. They started with the payola. Then it got stricter and stricter. And then before long you couldn't have it at all. So people had to get dryers. And then as things start to change, everybody becomes accustomed to it. It was a
Yeah.
great documentary. You just become accustomed to it. And everybody has dryers. And before long, you don't you like if you said what happened to the days of the clotheslines. That's what happened. And then
Yeah, they sure
people
got
they
me
were
because I didn't know anything about that. I just thought everybody just switched to dryers, so I thought that was what people were doing.
no, that was something that was planned. And then after it got to the point where people was like they started making like little portable clothesline, and some people insert they said like just like in the 80s They had portable clotheslines, like if you had a basement with a rec room,
Mm-hmm.
people will open the door in a rec room and they had a clothesline in the house, in the rec room, and they open the door and homeless association people walk past and look over and they see you and they was finding people.
Well, I
People started building
remember when I was
portable.
young and
Right.
my grandma used to hang stuff out on the line. It used to come in the house smelling good, but as I got older, I don't know. I guess pollen and stuff started getting in it, and it won't smelling so good after that. You
It
know.
don't smell the same as it doesn't. I agree with you because my grandma and see they live out in the country and ain't nobody caring about no clothesline, and it will smell different than the clothes that we put in the dryer
Yeah.
here. But you see how people just get accustomed and go along like lemmings? They go along with it. And before long, everybody's doing the dryer manufacturers and all of them, they making money hand over fist. The people say, wait a minute, why can't we just put a little portable clothesline in our backyards? This is ridiculous. They're telling you no. And then people got to fighting it. And after it got bigger and bigger and bigger, then some states changed. And they say these homeowners association and for the homes that didn't have homeowners association, then they start working on the counties. You see what I say? The county commissioners and stuff
Yeah.
to start finding those. You see what I'm saying? To getting out. So they already had the homeowner places that had homeowners association. They had them on lock. Then they start working their way to the neighborhoods that didn't have homeowners association. They start working on the county commissioners and the aldermen and the this and that. Then they got on the people. Then before long, everybody just, they just fell in line and they just went along. And I was like, wow, I had no idea that this was a thing, and that certain states say yes, they have the right to drive, and these homeowners associations can't open their mouth to you. And that's how it happened. I was surprised. It's awesome what you learn when you say, "What's this about?" and you decide to watch it. And go,
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. Don't nothing surprise me no more though. I mean, this country
People
is
gonna
what
find
it
a
is.
way to make money and on top of all kind of people. So no, it's all about their money. I despise the homeowners association. Ever since I've ever had to deal with one, I despise them. And
Well,
get
it
my
sound like
money
they taking
from
good care of y'all though. I know you said it's kind of high, but it sound like they doing the right thing.
kind of high. Tyrone, that's ridiculous. But other people are paying more than that. Other people are paying more than that. So there ain't nobody that kind of that is ridiculous to charge somebody that kind of money. And you hear people fuss about it. It's ridiculous to charge that kind of money. It really is. People's like, I pay my own damn water bill. Now if they say they was gonna pay all your utilities, that's one thing. They don't.
Well, that's why I asked
Water
you about
bill.
cable because I know some homeowners association they do the
They
cable
pay
too.
for the cable. No, they don't pay for that. Some of them do pay for cable, and some of them do pay for Wi-Fi, all that kind of stuff. Some of these homeowners, with the exception that you live in a condo or a townhouse,
Maintenance
some of
fees.
them they pay for your cable, they pay for your Wi-Fi, but no, they don't do that. They pay your water.
Yeah, I just Googled what is the highest HOA down here, and it's got a range from $900 to $1,500.
You see,
That's crazy.
you see, you
That is,
see.
there must be rich people. There must be millionaires or something.
You see? Because I know some people, they be fussing like their homeowners association $1,100. Like, God dang. Oh, you pay a
I
house
couldn't
note.
do that. I couldn't do that.
It's like this. Let's make an organization where we have you pay into the membership, which we control what comes in, what we should have, what we shouldn't have, and we'll get your input here and there, and but you're gonna pay for it. So
Yeah, it's almost like a
Okay.
plan. It's almost like a plantation style setup deal, to where these people, just your property, it's your house, it's your mortgage. You pay the
Uh-huh.
insurance, but they got to have their fingers in it some type of way
Yeah.
through the HOA. It's crazy.
And them HOAs is just pain in the ass. And people constantly going to court back and forth over, but don't pay it and watch what happens to you. Don't pay it and watch what happens to you.
Trying to remove you.
They put
Well,
a
yeah. I
lien
got
on your
behind one
home.
time for some reason. I think my direct deposit had changed, and I didn't remember the HOA. And they was
And it
quick.
wasn't
They were quick to send me a letter through the mail from a lawyer and all that shit. I like, oh hell, let me catch up
Yeah.
on this shit.
because they don't where we used to live. I didn't. My husband paid the HOA, and this is why he's my ex because it's stuff like this. It was like $40, and then it went up to like I think like 120 over the time because they
Yeah.
were brand new, and they kept adding stuff. So ain't no telling what they're paying over there now, and it kept going up, up, up. And it's not that he couldn't pay it; he just wouldn't pay it
Yeah.
until mine just wouldn't pay it. It was stuff like that. And then you get the mailman knocking on the door, giving you a registered letter that you got to sign,
Hmm.
and they already are starting the court proceedings. See, it was stuff like that.
Man, no courtesy.
Yeah, they starting the court proceedings, and then people go, "Oh yeah, and then he go pay all the back money, pay all the late fees,
Man.
pay all the lawyer fees and everything." And I was like, "Okay, how about I just pay it?" No, I can. I got it,
Hmm.
and every year, and then the mailman they got a registered letter and they start the court proceedings. And he would run on the day, run up there and pay it. And I said, you get paying out these people all this extra money for the late fees. They're making you pay the attorney fees. They're making you pay all this stuff. This is ridiculous because you're just too, well, anyway, I don't want to talk about that because that's triggering. But it was, it was
Well,
stuff
yeah,
like that.
they would definitely get on you if you get behind now.
Yeah, get behind it and see, won't they? And they will. And I don't know anyone who they have ever put a lien on your house, but they will. They will. And you just like, and then like parking and things like that. When you have guests come, if you live in a single family home, well then people pull up in your driveway, this that. But like if you live in a condo or like a townhouse, like I do, the
Hmm.
parking is like limited,
Yep.
and we have reserved parking. So you don't pay your homeowners if you don't have no reserve, they take away your parking, your reserved parking. And you just got to, so you have to pay. You see what I'm saying? You have to pay. They will fix you. And people's like that. These people harassing and harassing me, and this is mine. But you get the average person will tell you despise a HOA, and I despise them. Any HOA.
But I don't like them. I don't like them. When we first moved here, we had small children, and I put a swing set up in the front yard, and they started finding me for the swing set. And I was like, Jesus Christ, that's crazy. But my down the street neighbor, he said that don't make no sense. And for somehow or another, I guess he was on the HOA, so he got those fines knocked off.
Did you get to keep it? The
Well,
swing
you know,
set, or did
I didn't. I mean, my kids grew up, so I don't. I got rid of
it's
the
just
swing
stuff like that. You buy a house, you want to put up your little swing set for the kids,
set. Hmm.
and the HOA is harassing you. They're harassing you over that stuff.
Yep.
And then they harass you. They walk around, make sure everybody's window treatment.
And yeah,
There's a
they looked like they were picking on me because I don't mind doing my yard, and then right
Uh-huh.
after it rained, the grass shoots up, and I cut it, but I guess I was moving too slow. I was getting letters in the mail talking about I need to cut my grass. I was like, Jesus Christ, give me time to get out there and get it.
Do they harass y'all over your window treatment?
Yeah, everything, but I keep my house pretty good, but I think they slacked off a lot because I seen some of these houses in here, people ain't taking care of it, so I don't know if they getting fined or not. So
Well, that's what you're supposed to get on them, because they be on your window treatment over here. If like Because one of my neighbors over there, her blinds, the dog had tore up one of the blinds, so
Hmm.
it was raggedy. She was like, well, they was going to have some new blinds put up. But until then, she took the blinds down because the dog had chewed it and so had tore it down.
Yeah.
So you could tell one of the windows, the blinds was gone. You don't have to have blinds, but if you got blinds in four of your front windows
Mm.
and you don't on one, you see what I'm saying? And she said they was going to get the blinds, but you got to have it in. Oh, everything has to be uniform at your house. Either take all the blinds down or put all the blinds up. And
Dang.
she was, they were her, yeah, they were
That's sad.
harassing her because the front of her house was not uniform. You either take down all the blinds or get another one up there.
That's a little
You
much,
can't
ain't it?
have, yeah, but that's why I say I hate the HOA. I hate an HOA. So everything, if your house has blinds, you can't have them just in three. You gotta have them uniform.
Hmm.
And the next house is your curtain look like if they got stepped on you like I gotta fix that curtain up there. If that curtain rod don't get fixed and that curtain still kind of leaning, you
Yeah.
better fix that. You better fix that. I hate that HOA. I don't know why we talking about that. I hate that HOA. I hate an HOA.
And that's just them folks trying to stay in power over people.
And getting money. And some people said that they think I think a lot of these HOAs are rackets. I really do. I think it's
They
a
are.
racket.
They are. Like I said, I mean, they're not part of the mortgage. They're not part of the insurance. They're not part of anything. It's just that because you live in this subdivision, they want to have accountability for, I don't know, your streets and your street lights and all that kind of stuff. So you got to pay them, you know. Normally, if it wasn't for HOA, I guess the county would be in charge of that type of stuff, you know.
But they would be nitpicking and carrying on like that. But I just don't think if you're collecting, and I know the people over there, like in the condos, they pay even more. And it was like you collected all this kind of collecting this from everybody that lives over here. It's a lot of money. Are y'all spending all that money? Like, you see what I'm saying? I just don't see. I don't know. That just seems like a racket
It is.
because they
It
do.
is. It's probably the construction company or whoever owned that land. That's their family getting rich off of these HOAs. Like
But
I said,
like
I
how
look at it
so?
like a plantation. I know it's not exactly like a plantation,
But
but
it's kind of.
it's like the white people have figured out how to get free money almost off of people continually.
It is, and they start up these businesses because the one that run our HOA, they run a lot of different community HOAs, so they collected all kinds of money,
Yeah.
and I just don't see where. I know how many. I see how big this particular community is, and I know what you collected just from our section because the single family homes here, the condo. That's a lot of money. The people
Hmm.
that's coming to keep up the grounds and the people that's pick that they come pick up the trash and I know the condominiums they pay for all the lighting and they pay for all the lighting, pay for security. That can't be costing that much.
No,
All
it's
that.
not. They bid for the lowest contractor to come out there and do it. You know, of course, the people that they choose going to be good at what they do, but they're not going to spend the most money to get the best people out there. They're going to bid on the lowest contractor, and they're going to keep that money. They're going to keep the majority of that money.
They're keeping the majority of their money. And when I look around, like certain sections have more flowers, and I know that shouldn't matter. More flowers over here. But this section need more flowers too. It seems like they're putting more flowers on that side, and you start noticing everything because you gotta pay that shit every
Yeah,
month.
yeah.
And I just don't see where it takes that kind of money to keep. I mean, if they were paying everybody's electric, paying everybody's get for those who have gas, electric, water, cable, hell, those phone bill over in there. It just don't seem like it take that much. and all they paying is water. You have a water bill.
Yeah, it's a racket.
It's a racket. It's a racket. That's what everybody saying. Everybody has. It's good. Everybody says that homeowners associates or HOA is a racket. Somebody's getting rich, and somebody has become a rich, and they probably taking that money and invested it in stock markets and doing this. Somebody is hella rich that
Hmm.
own these companies that manage these HOAs. These
Hmm.
people are rich. Because who manage our HOAs? Our HOAs is the only one that they manage. They manage different subdivisions and divisions throughout the state.
Hmm.
If somebody is rich off of this, and they'll tell you they're gonna go up and we're gonna do this, but they have never said, "Well, we had a surplus." They ain't gonna tell you we had a surplus this year.
Of course they ain't. They're not gonna
You
give
see?
it. They ain't gonna give it back to the people.
We had a surplus. We didn't have a real snowy winter this year. So the people that come that take care of the road, take for the snow, we didn't really use them that much this year. We had a surplus. Oh, we decided not enough people wanted the pool this year because they take a vote. And whoever said hell with the pool this summer, well, they keep the pool, keep it winterized, whatever you do, and just keep it closed this year because not enough people said they want it. Then the next year, then you had the people come do whatever they're going to do to open the pool back.
Hmm.
But if not, take a poll, and if the majority if the majority said just keep, we don't bother with the pool this year. I've been to that pool twice, and that's where my nieces go twice. And if the people say, well, let's go fool with the pool this year, let's take a vote, and I guarantee probably 80% say we don't want the pool. So
Hmm.
keep it winterized through the summer. Just keep it closed. Keep it whatever you do when you shut it down for the winter time. Just keep it like that for this summer. Oh, we had a surplus because we didn't have a very snowy. Oh, we had a surplus because of this. Oh, it's never that.
Well, they
It's
probably gonna
never.
claim that they're gonna do other things with the money
With the
that it
money.
will up with that surplus.
Yeah, they'll find something. It's very rare where they come back and say, "Oh, well, we got about $10,000 left over that we could play with." No,
No.
shit. They said we need about $10,000 more so we could do this
They're
and
gonna
that.
build. They're
And
So
gonna
we
this,
build
that,
can.
a.
and the
They're
other.
gonna build a sign or put something,
Yeah,
dig a hole or something. I don't know
always
what they're gonna
finding
do
some
with
shit to spend money on.
it.
Not to spend money. Anyway, when it's coming out real Christmas, they put up like lights at the beginning of each end of the developments and stuff. And y'all don't have to do that. I mean, we don't have to have, but I shouldn't be that way. And there's a condominium division of not too far across from us. They said they have they what do you call? But I said they have the gates and all. They behind a gate. They
Hmm.
don't have a swimming pool, right? So now check this. That's why I said it's a scam. They
Neighbors
don't
come.
have a huh?
They come to y'all pool.
No, you can't just do that. You gotta have passes. What they did was the homeowners association, because their HOA belongs to the same management. They said that they offered them, which would lower our costs, and it never lowered any costs, that they could use the pool over at
Oh
our
wow.
development.
Mhm.
Not just use it, they had to pay too.
Uh-huh.
And, and when they did the vote, I remember when it was going on, all the emails. I didn't go through the voting. I was reading up all the stuff. Everybody was like, "Well, then hell yeah, when it's capped at $300, if y'all gonna let that whole condominium, y'all go if that how did you fix it up? Because you got to do the legal things with insurance and stuff, that they would use the pool over here, so they would be paying the pool fee. But people had to vote on it. You want to allow them to use the pool fee, they have to pay. the same thing, get passes and do this, that, and y'all fix it all up. Well, how do you do that with non-residents in this section they pay with insurance? Fine. Everybody was like, well, that shit cut our shit back in, excuse my language, in half. You know it never did. People voted for them. That was just more money to go towards that damn pool that nobody's using. It didn't. It didn't lower it. That's a racket. That was supposed. You see what? If you see what I'm saying, if you're gonna allow, I don't know how many they condominium. I think they maybe have like, I don't know, maybe 200 units or 250. I don't know how many units they got. Maybe 100 units. I don't know. But if you hear that they said, and once they agreed upon it, they gotta pay that. Wouldn't you think that it would lower ours? It didn't.
All
The
right,
racket.
when you're doing dumbbell
That was
rows,
just
don't
more
keep your
money they
body
was
focused.
collecting for that damn pool that nobody's going to.
So they started letting other people from outside of y'all place pay a fee to get into y'all pool.
It was just one particular condominium complex that's right across and gated. When they built that, they don't have a pool. They don't have a pool.
Mm-hmm.
So
give
they,
them access.
so because they're under the same, their HOA is under the same management as our HOA.
Mm-hmm.
They was like, it would be a cost saver that they could use your pool. They have to pay the $300 at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
They were going to do the insurance, to do all of the things. And the people over here had to vote. They was like, hell yeah. That might lower because nobody, lower our fees. You adding in them. Yeah, that's fine. They can use the pool over here. Yeah, they're going to pay the same thing we pay. Get the taxes. Y'all do the insurance. How do you make it? But it didn't lower anything. People just voted that they could use the pool. So that was another, I don't know how many units over there. I don't know. But once they agreed, their HOA agreed with our HOA to do it, and they signed up all the contract, their people over there are committed now to paying that $300 for the season. But you would think that it would lower it for us. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, they just want more money.
There was just more money for a pool that
Yeah.
nobody's using. Nobody, well, because we don't have a lot of kids over here. But every once in a while, you see like some of the people, they be over there with their grandkids. Some ladies and stuff I see be over there. But nobody don't be over there at the pool. Nobody goes. They just pay it. Nobody goes over there. Like I said, I've been over there twice. And I've been here for 10 years. Longer. A little longer than 10 years. I've been down there twice. And every year I keep saying I'm gonna have to start going down there. If it was just to sit, I'm gonna have to, because this is this money you balling up and throwing out the window. But I never do.
Well, at least
But
you
you
got it
go
there.
for
If you decide to go swimming, it's there for you.
Tyron, I've been down there twice. Over in like 10 years, over 10 years. Been on it twice. And every time I say, I'm going, And I said, y'all want to come over here, go to the pool. And it never go.
Mm-hmm.
It's just balling up money and throwing it out the window. And then y'all let these people, not let them, people voted on it. Because you can vote by email if you don't want to go. And people voted overwhelmingly. Yes. Thinking that was going to cut that 300. It didn't. They just collected extra money. And I've been down there. I was like, but did they add some new stuff? They said they got some new tables and, who cares? But it didn't. And that's why I said it's a racket. And everyone should have known it was a racket. The fact that they getting that money for the pool and it hasn't lowered the pool, something I'm not using. Yes, somebody want to use it. Why would I say no?
Right.
And both associations agreed, and they did all the paperwork for them to use the pool. And now they suck it into use. They have to use. They have to pay that, even though it belongs to our pool. But they, so. But I said I was going to use it this year, and I have been. I'm a use. I'm going, and I'm gonna let y'all know that I've been down to the pool. I'm going.
Shit, I would have been living in that pool with all the money I paid.
Yeah, that's
I would
crazy.
have built a
That
little
is a
tent
lot
right
now.
there.
That is a
I mean,
lot.
you know what? It's like a slap in the face to a certain degree. I guess maybe how you look at it, but then it's like, all right, well, do you feel better if they put it in your maintenance fees? I mean, because usually that's what these things are charged. Like, it's like if you buy a condo for a certain amount of thousands of dollars, let's say 100,000, 200, right? They always still have this maintenance fee, even though let's just say you pay the whole shit. You paid 200,000 for this condo, but monthly you're gonna have to spend $400, $400 a month for maintenance, and in that maintenance they clean, repairs, everything included in there, the car, parking, to a certain degree, not all, but some of the things that you get with living there, is included in that maintenance fee, because you already pay for the condo. If you pay 200,000 or you pay whatever amount of money to own it.
Well,
Now
I
you
would
own it.
think that the HOA fee would be covering the pool maintenance.
It don't. Not over here. Maybe other places it do, but not over here.
But
It don't.
I'm saying it should. But and then the way I would see is that if the tenants want to use it, just charge them a fee. You got it from this time to this time, and if they don't use it, they don't use it. But that's just, I guess that's why I ain't got no property, huh? So they're making a killing off of that $300.
They're making a killing.
Yeah, because again,
Off
maintenance fee. If you own that condo, that house that you bought in that complex, you paid it. Let's say you ain't doing mortgage. You paid everything. You paid it off. Now you have to pay a maintenance fee.
Gonna pay a
There's
maintenance.
no way around that. That maintenance fee could be anywhere from $100 to $1,000 a month. Guess
Whatever
what?
they say.
Right, and so, but when you say, all right, what is in the maintenance fee? They'll give you a check of things that it covers. So, oh well, we could replace, things if it get messed up. You got plumbing, you got, the actual maintenance thing, the garbage, whatever is included in there. And again, I would think that the pool maintenance or would be included in that some way somehow. But again, it all depends. The complex.
It's not. That's why they separate that. You pay the pool maintenance for pool season. Well, I'm sure like if something go on down there, like in the wintertime,
Right.
well, then your HOAC will take care of that. But in order to use it, you have to pay $300 at pool seat when it's the season for the pool. You have to pay that. You say, well, I don't plan on using it. I'm gonna be out of the country this whole summer. Don't matter. You have to
Still
pay.
gotta pay.
You gotta pay. They don't care whether or not you. I know there's been years, and you get a letter, and they have sent. And just about every year, I still haven't gone there to pick up the tickets because they say to come stop down by the pool to pick up your tickets. Not tickets, passes. And they sent a letter. Your pool passes are still down here, and I'm like, let me go down here and get the pool passes. And I never do. And they send you a reminder. I know, like a couple of times I was going, I was like, oh, that's right, I don't have no pool passes. But when I took my nieces down there, and they was like, well, they give them to you when you go down there. You show ID. So I show ID, and I got the pool passes twice. One year when I took them, another year that I've taken them. So and when I went, and this is crazy. When I went down there with them, and they asked to show ID, and they gave the pool passes. That case was full of pool passes. And they was like, because don't nobody come pick them up. Because don't
Now you
nobody
have to
go there.
show ID to go into the pool.
No, you got to show ID to get the pool passes.
And those pool passes, do you have to show them in when you go to the pool? Is there somebody
Yeah,
that checks your pool the
yeah.
passes?
They have people down there. Have like the
Uh,
lifeguards. They got people who work in the pool house.
which
So
you paying for too with that $300 probably, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
so you get the passes and you keep your pass, and when you want to come down, there's people at the thing when you get to the pool house. You have to show your pass.
Yeah, they
You
they
show
they
your
they trying to with this damn fees here, fees there, fees
yeah,
everywhere.
everywhere. Uh-huh. So for this, so you have to show your pool pass. You got to. They tell you that when you pay it, you go pick up your pool pass. They show ID to get your pool passes, and I forget. I think they give you like maybe I don't know. I think maybe four passes you get because if you have like a family of four, and or is it two? You get two pool passes. Then if you have like some kids and you want two more, you have to pay for the other two.
Damn.
Yeah, that's too much there.
So you pay
That
for
little $300 should take care of all that right there.
it should for how many other people? But you get think you get like two, and then if you want, you get a gas pass. Like if you got gas, but
No,
if
that
you
ain't right. Yeah, $300 to
but
take
if
care of you, your nieces, and the guests, your cousin from Arkansas. You should take care of all of that.
and then
Hell
you got to
yeah, you
keep
should bring
gas
the whole
passes.
family. I'll be doing a
Gas,
barbecue and everything. I'm gonna squeeze out my $300. So every weekend I'm gonna have a party. We're gonna bring out the portable speaker. We're bringing out the grill. And they better have a grill there provided too. They got a grill in the pool area? No.
I don't think so. I never saw one. I don't think they would let you
Damn, they
do that.
being they come on. Damn. You see, that's
I
what
don't
I'm
think
saying.
you
Like,
take to. I don't think they let you grill and nothing up in there. I don't think they have no grill. They have the pool house, and then they have like two lifeguards out
they got
there. Then
showers.
yeah, they got showers.
Oh, okay. Damn.
But but if you want to bring a guest, because they know who you tell them
Who
when you
lives there?
pay, who live with when you apply for it. So you say me,
Right.
my husband, say it's me, my husband, and my two daughters,
Right.
and then you get like the two, then you pay for their passes. Then
So
if
how
you have
much is
a
a
guest,
pass? How much is a pass?
300 for the year
I don't know, I don't
for the
remember how much to
season,
pay.
right?
Well, no, if you
Oh, you're
pay,
talking about
you
a
get
guest.
Yeah.
yeah, a guest. Yeah,
Good
I don't
question.
know. Because you get two when you for the 300. Then
Right.
if you want like you got three kids, it depends on how many people live up in your house. And then I don't remember how much then you could get a guest pass.
Well, I don't think the pass should be no more than I'm being. It shouldn't be no more than $5. But
I don't
I
know what it
guarantee
was.
you, y'all paying $50 for that damn pass.
I don't think I wouldn't have went
Damn.
because I don't think it was. I don't remember how much the guest pass because we had the two, and I had who all I had with me. I had my two nieces, but I had like it was three of them. So I know I had to get guest passes for two of them. I know I didn't pay that because we wouldn't have went. So I we wouldn't have gone if it was that. I don't know. It might have been $10 or something like that. I don't
Well,
remember, but if it
if
was
it's $10,
50,
I kind of I mean that's still wrong since
I don't
but
remember. I don't remember what it was, but I guarantee if it was 50 per guest pass, we wouldn't have gone.
mm,
No, we wouldn't have gone.
Oh
It
no.
probably wasn't more than maybe
$50.
$10.
Shit.
No,
You could go
we
to
wouldn't have
amusement
gone.
park with that money.
But we wouldn't have gone. It couldn't have been any more than $10. But we had to get. I had to get. So I had three people with me, so I know I had to get two guest passes.
well I just think that guest pass thing is all wrong because y'all already paying the $300. That's just
Like that should
maybe
be
it's
you
for an
and the
insurance
family.
thing or something. I don't know, but that seems a little much. Since
It
you
does seem a little much.
I mean,
I don't
it
remember
could be
what it was.
insurance, but they could say swim at your own risk, and they're not liable, and they relieve themselves from any liability. You know, I mean, That's another thing. So it's like, okay, you hired a lifeguard. Did y'all consult that with us? You know, first of all, y'all put a pool in here. All right, so now there's a pool here before we even came here. All right, so we got to deal with that. But now we got to pay for a lifeguard, and the person that's taking the money or monitoring who has a pass, the pass that I have to have that I pay for, now I'm paying for this guy to check my pass that I'm paying for. So I'm paying him to check my pass, which is crazy. I mean, I'm just saying that all these extra fees they find, you know, they able to find and add on to people. It's like, oh, well, you know, we got a pool and y'all got to pay a fee, but then we got to have a lifeguard there. You know, and so now that we got a lifeguard, we got to pay this much. You know, or we're going to put, you know, a bathroom in there. You know, now we got to pay for that. Or, you know, there's always some shit. You know,
It's always
can't have
something.
a grill. Damn, I can't have a
No,
grill.
you can't have no grill up in
Damn.
there. No, you can bring food in. You can't cook no grill or nothing. You could bring food in.
No
I remember
radio
that.
playing. Can you bring your portable speaker or no? Or they start.
No, you
flipping
can't. Dang
out?
it.
You see
I
what
doubt
I'm
they let
saying?
you bring a radio
So
in
you
there.
can't even
But-
get it. You can't even get it cracking.
You might, I don't know about the radio, maybe have it turned
Yeah.
down low, but you can bring food.
Right.
Because I remember while they was at the pool, I had went and got, got some food.
Yeah, come with
Yeah.
sandwiches and shit.
Yeah, I went and got some food and stuff like from the fast food and brought back.
Right.
And cause they have tables for umbrella stuff. You can bring food in, but they ain't gonna let you bring no grill or nothing up in there. I doubt it.
Jay, you don't have to deal with no HOA. You just got to pay high ass rent up there, huh?
Hell yeah. That shit is like dealing with dealing with the highest rent is like HOA. Shit.
That's crazy.
It's called a POA.
But plenty of people up there pay highest rent and HOA. So I mean,
Yeah,
they doing it both.
Because you go to
They got
certain
plenty of
areas,
both things.
depending on neighborhoods that you find yourself in. Like, they got more higher end than others. You know?
And if you live in a condo, you definitely got
Oh
one.
yeah, they got their shit and they got their meetings. They got a center, and all that money you gotta pay a fee. You paying something.
And that's why people who live in other countries, they be like, golly, America, they got y'all taxed and they got y'all paying for every tax. And that's true. We pay
Man,
for
over there
everything.
they hanging up their clothes still in Paris. If you go to like Italy,
Yeah.
they still hanging their clothes off of the damn the string y'all were talking about. You can't do hanging your shit off of the in the backyard. Shit, they doing it in the window.
Yeah, they doing it in the window, the fire escape.
Yep. Shit. They said,
And they don't
man,
let y'all do nothing over
they
here in
don't
America.
care about that shit over there. They like, man, listen, that's our traditional shit. And you would call that ghetto here, but yet they doing it in Italy. Go do your
Yes.
research for those that are listening that don't believe it. Look up. All you got to do is Google anywhere in Italy and start looking at the buildings over there and see people hanging their clothes off of the damn window, fire escapes. And if they have a house, they
And
got
in
it
France.
on a string. Yeah, and in France.
You telling the truth.
Yeah.
Because they had that in the documentary.
Yeah.
That the people they gonna air dry their clothes and they laugh at Americans because how it was and still in a lot of states we
Right.
can't. They say y'all crazy to have people put all them restrictions on you like that.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can't even dry your clothes out. And I'm gonna tell you that when I went out in China, man, it was so crazy in Shanghai, China. There was a guy. He had a food stand, or not a food stand. He had it's like the way they serve hot dogs or shish kebabs. A gyro, those little stands it's a portable stand that you can either wheel away with a car, or some of them you could wheel away by pushing a push cart, like a push cart, but a little bit bigger. They had a dude with a push cart. He was selling some food, and he was like on a public street, and he found himself right in this area where it was open and there was no building right there. It was like I don't know if you want to say public park, but it was just like a walk area. Man, he planted his clothes right there. He was selling food. drying his clothes right in the middle of Shanghai, China, with no worries in the world. I said, oh shit. I said, damn, they said we ghetto. I said, shit, this was in the middle of the street, like basically like on a commercial street, but he just found a nice little area where, you know, there was no building, and he had 2 sticks, stand up, a string, had the clothes drying while he's selling his street food. Mm-hmm. So, you know, that's traditional.
It's tradition, and we can't dry our clothes.
Yeah,
you can't dry your clothes, and we Americans do not realize how restricted we are, and how we pay for every tap, every turn. And in other countries and stuff, they don't do that. We have just been completely, they have us everything that we do monetize, everything.
Yep.
But the thing is, just like, and they're trying to even do more. They're trying to wrench every last penny out of us. But white people say that's okay, long as they able to be.
Listen, it started. To me, when the computers and stuff, it started with like I don't know if you use Adobe Photoshop, but then they started. You used to be able to buy Microsoft, you used to be able to buy Windows, you used to be able to buy all of these softwares, but now everything is a subscription.
Where it started from, though?
What's that?
It started with cable television.
It started with cable because it used to be $40 a month. It was lower than that, but I remember it being $40 a month, and then they went up, and then they kept going up, and then with all this software, you used to be able to buy it and own it. Now you have to pay a subscription for all of this damn software, and everything.
They don't want you to buy it no more.
Everything is a goddamn subscription now. Everything.
Right.
And like Lisa said, these white folks is okay with it. I'm not okay.
They're okay
with
it. They're okay with it. Long as these, you can say the Democrats to both parties, but mainly the Republicans.
Yeah.
They like as long as they tap us for every last time, something they trying to do even more. But I've got the right to be racist, so I'll pay all of that y'all say. You know, it's ridiculous. Y'all don't see how we're being taken advantage of.
Yeah, after I cut my cable off a long time ago because I won't.
I eventually cut mine off too.
The only thing I got is internet, and I watch what I watch on the internet, I guess, because I couldn't do it. I do have a Amazon Prime, and my Netflix is through my telephone bill. So that's
we all victims of some type of subscription.
Yeah.
We don't own what we have. So whether it's you leasing a car or renting a car, let's say, if you renting an apartment or a house, you don't own it, you're a renter. I think the subscription model, not that we pay more in cable now, I'm saying or how it went up. I'm saying simply that the whole concept of cable when it came into play was renting the services. And so you could watch these movies and watch these TV shows through cable, but you have to pay a monthly fee in order to access it. And so I've seen that model has jumped into everything. So the subscription base, like you said, in the beginning of the internet, you can buy software, you could buy, own it. They don't want you to own it now. They want you to rent everything. You keep paying over and over.
With the cable, okay, I don't know if you remember LimeWire, where you can where you can download the torrents and all that kind of, so you can watch stuff for free. So that stuff kind of married into the cable stuff when it turned into Hulu, and I forgot the other ones, but they kind of sued LimeWire and they kind of got rid of that, but they started doing their own subscription-based things with the Disney Plus and the Hulu and all of these Paramount. And I was and CBS. I said CBS. What the hell? Because I used to love once a week coming home, sitting down, watching Star Trek. That and it was on cable, but now you got to pay for CBS. I ain't seen Star Trek in years now, so they can have that. I ain't finna pay for it.
And
How
Peacock,
about this? Even
all
sports,
of them.
Even sports have went from what a lot of them where it was on regular TV and it went into cable. Now it's going into the internet where you can't even watch it on certain cable channels. You got to be able to watch it on the internet. There was the playoff games. I don't know if it was one of the games that they had. It was being offered by Amazon or something like that.
Yeah.
You could only watch it through that means, and they do that also with certain events that they're doing now. Right? They talking about they're not going to have. I don't know if it's the Oscars next year. They're going to be streaming it. It's no longer going to be on ABC7. Right, or ABC7 here, but ABC in general. ABC is not going to be carrying, or the channel that usually carries it is not going to carry it because they're going to be streaming. So you either going to have to be having the internet access, obviously, right? Because it was on regular TV, but it's not going to be on regular TV.
Right.
It's not going to be on cable TV, which you still had to pay a subscription to be able to access it. But now you have to have the internet. Now, you might be able to have the internet, which costs a fee. Maybe some people get internet for free. But in addition to that, some of those websites, you have to pay to have access to that. So if you have the internet, that's one thing. Having internet access, you paying for that. But then you have to pay for a Hulu service or ESPN online or whatever online subscription.
But the reason they keep doing it because they got it. The reason they keep doing it is because they got it figured out. They know older people like me or you guys, we ain't finna pay for that new stuff. But these new people coming up, they don't know no damn difference. So the only thing that they know is to pay for it.
The internet too. That's all they know is that.
Yeah, they're gonna pay for every one of them damn subscriptions.
I don't think nobody get no free. But Tom, you said I got mine through my cell phone.
Yeah, I got T-Mobile, and T-Mobile part of their plan was, you can get Netflix. And they even changed because I had unlimited Netflix, and then I put it on my T-Mobile. T-Mobile was paying for it, and then now T-Mobile changed the Netflix to where I'm getting commercials. So I'm like, what?
Yeah,
right.
That's Verizon. Actually, I got it through Verizon. I still have my Netflix still don't have no commercials. Verizon hasn't changed it. Because my Netflix, didn't have commercials. I was paying the extra.
Mm-hmm.
But it hasn't changed yet. But I had got an email from them that it looked like it's going to change and start getting commercials. Because I got Netflix, Hulu, and who else I got? Well, they do the bundle.
Yeah.
They do the bundle. I think with the Hulu, I get Disney Plus and something else that I don't watch. Disney, get Hulu, Disney
Paramount.
Plus,
You got Paramount.
Paramount, yeah, that comes with it. And then with the Netflix, I have they did the bundle. What is it? It's HBO Now or whatever it's HBO. And something else that ESPN. I've never watched that. So I just go along with that. If you're going to put commercials in it, put commercials in. All of them got commercials except for Netflix. And it's $10.
Well, another thing that I got is Walmart Plus. Now Walmart Plus comes with Paramount and something else, 2 more. So I got Walmart Plus.
Even Walmart got involved in this game. This is what
yeah. But I like Walmart because you get the deliveries. And then you get to check out with your phone and all that kind of shit at the register. So I kind of like that.
That's what they do. They make it convenient. That's how they get you.
Yeah.
But that's how it got us all. But go ahead.
So you got what's the Walmart? I don't understand. It's Walmart what now?
Walmart.
Explain that again.
Walmart Plus.
I
don't know how much.
And you get free shipping. I don't know.
But no, you get free deliveries. Okay, so you can order a delivery if you want to deliver in the next hour. You have to pay like $5 or $10 or something like that. But if you wait about 2 or 3 hours, and you'll get it for free. you can order your the stuff
You
in
do
it.
they charge you extra for tip, right?
Nah, I think they charge like $2 or $3 for the driver, something like that.
But
But
it's basically free.
yeah, yeah.
And so you get your free delivery, in a sense, free delivery, and then you can pick cable channels.
But
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
streaming channels.
With the Walmart Plus come the cable service.
Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying. Now.
Yeah.
I don't shop at Walmart enough. I don't to really to care about the delivery service.
I
But you
got a
get
lot
used
of
to
shit.
that.
Oh,
That
that's convenient. You don't get stuff. You don't get stuff delivered to your home.
That's what we paying for. This is what they figured out. They figured out
I
that
mean,
we weren't
what you
convenient.
mean?
I
mean
whenever
like groceries?
a lot of times when I want to go shopping now, I just pick up my app and put it in the shopping cart, and it's here in the next couple of hours.
There
You
go.
talking about like
Somebody
grocery and stuff?
Yeah,
Grocery
grocery,
stuff?
all of that stuff.
No,
It's
no,
just
I don't have
well,
it.
it's $12 a month for Walmart membership.
No, I don't have groceries and stuff delivered. I just get it. I go get that. I mean, like I order from Amazon and stuff like everybody else. But as far as like Walmart and order, now I wish Target them they got a plan. But
But you
no
can get
groceries.
Target stuff through Instacart.
Right. Now you got the service that gets you whatever you want at any time. Shit, Amazon is delivering packages at 4 o'clock in the morning, man.
Instacart don't
Oh, I
have
know.
Instacart don't have a membership, but if you order through Instacart, they're gonna charge you a fee to deliver it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how that
That's
works.
No,
how they get it.
I don't do all that delivering and stuff like that. If it's something I
Oh,
want to get,
you
now,
need to go ahead and
food,
try it, Elisa. You can get hooked now. I'm telling you.
Man, people got.
No, I got
they
hooked
ordering
with
all
Amazon.
type of shit.
With Prime.
I'm talking
I
about
was
you gonna
ordering all
get
kind
hooked. You gonna get hooked on getting them groceries delivered to your front
Yeah,
door.
yeah. You're gonna be like, I don't gotta go shopping ever again in my life.
Yeah.
Nah, I don't fool with that. I've never been. I was Prime. I buy stuff from Amazon, have stuff delivered, and I was getting stuff from Amazon, like the grocery and stuff. And I just never got into ordering groceries and stuff like that, having that stuff delivered to my house. I just never did that. I just haven't gotten into that.
Well, I won't no big shopper anyway, so that kind of fell right in line with
Me
me.
either. That's
So-
me either. So I don't be about grocery shopping. I don't have kids and stuff to cook for. I really don't be grocery shopping, so I never really got into that.
And that's
Now
when I
order-
started using it. I started using it during COVID. So that kind of
Yeah, that's
And
what
they
I-
using that. They using this from the hoods to from the urban to suburban areas. This services are making. I mean, Amazon.
They making, yeah, I
in
know.
the projects. They got boxes here, right? So they don't steal it. They got boxes that Amazon brought in, and they sit right in front of the housing projects or the housing developments. And
But
they
how you
put
get
these-
in it?
The person has access to it. They give them a thing because
A
it's almost like
code.
a mailbox or something. Yeah, it's a mailbox.
And you have a code. Okay,
Yeah,
I get it.
and so these people, they delivering. I mean, if you would, it's unbelievable seeing how many Amazon Prime trucks are delivering.
And I hate that I have
Oh, I
to use.
bet.
I hate that I have to use Amazon because I don't like Jeff Bezos. But you know, I ain't got no other choice. You know,
He got us
he
by
got
the
me.
neck.
He got me.
Well, this is the thing. This is where
You do have a choice. Just don't buy that
Don't
stuff.
buy
That's
it.
all.
No,
You know what, though?
I need my Amazon.
This is where I would say that healthy competitors. So where is the alternative to Amazon? And there isn't. You know.
Well,
you
I
can't
mean,
say- we gonna
Temu-
say Walmart. Well, Temu is a Chinese-based company that sells a lot of cheap products.
Sometimes you get some good
cheap,
stuff from
cheap.
Temu now.
Yeah, you can get some good things, but it's a hit or miss. It's like
It
okay,
is hit or miss.
Don't
It is
buy
hit or
some
miss, man.
stuff.
I ain't gonna
Don't
lie.
buy certain shit there. But
Yeah.
it's a hit or miss with that. It's like, oh well, you would have to talk to somebody that gives a testimony of what they bought that worked out for them
Yeah.
versus what didn't work out. So I mean, yeah, Temu. There's a couple of other sites that you could get stuff from China, but I'm saying like American-based. Amazon, Jeff Bezos has horned in and basically dominated on all these for his
He did.
particular place.
He sure
'Cause remember,
did.
he was not no damn supermarket. He wasn't no Walmart. He was actually a factory. Let's say building.
No, Amazon was a bookstore.
Right, a bookstore, right, that turned to basically like a warehouse where they said, all right, he must have contacted every company that existed and said, listen, instead of you having inventory in these in your stores and all these stores that you paying rent, sell your shit through my platform, and I'm gonna store the stuff and deliver it and have it delivered and everything. And he was able to basically get every company. If you think of everything that you can
To
get
go along
everything
with
through
it.
Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
but
all those companies did it.
Walmart is kind of competing with Amazon now because you can buy basically the same thing from Walmart, and they'll ship it to your house. As a matter of fact, like I just said earlier, I bought me another rack system because I started lifting weights again. I went on Amazon and theirs were too high, so I went to Walmart and I found me one at a good price, and Walmart bought it right to the house.
I don't like Walmart.
Walmart been around for a long time too. Walmart took out Kmart, if you remember.
Yeah.
And I would say that they were more of a brick and mortars from the beginning versus Amazon, that he came out of nowhere. Some of these books, like you said, the online books or whatever, bookstore, and then he just took over the whole industry as far as like, I'm your supplier for everything.
Yeah,
for
everything.
all your basic
But I'm
needs.
telling you, can get everything from Walmart too. I mean, Walmart got their own drivers. They call Spark drivers, and they deliver. They're competing with Amazon.
They got their own trucks. Not trucks, vans, like the way Amazon has their shit.
No,
Amazon got it locked.
It's like those gig drivers for Walmart.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
They get people that's freelancers too.
Yeah.
I was wondering how Walmart delivered that stuff. So it's like gig drivers. They had their own car.
The company is called Spark, but it's Walmart. They deliver Walmart stuff.
They're under, yeah.
Okay, 'cause I didn't understand how that. Because my cousin ordered Walmart. She like every day. She has something.
I'm telling
coming.
you, Lisa,
They
you need
use
to
the
do it.
postal too. They use the postal service.
Because they're right here. You ain't got to worry about Amazon shipping it from afar. If you need something, just go on Walmart.com, put it in your bucket, and have it shipped to your house.
Well, you know what? I always preferred Target to Walmart. Walmart got more stuff than Target, but I always preferred Target.
But you got to look. You got to look online.
Target got food.
You got to look online.
Target, yeah, Target got food.
But Walmart got a big inventory online now. You got to go online. And
Yeah, I know. As I said, Walmart has more stuff than Target. I know that. Walmart
You ever
got
been
more
to
stuff.
the Super Walmart?
I've been to Super. Well, we have it here, and we have the Super. We have the Super Targets here too.
But
And
Target is a nicer store because I used to go in there and I don't know what it was about Target, but I love being in there. But
I like Target.
Yeah.
And then after the Target, most of the Targets here have grocery stores too. So, y'all Targets in New York don't have groceries?
I haven't been in one that has one. The Targets that I've been to looks like a damn clothing store, like a damn Marshall.
Oh, okay. Well, that's what. Yeah, because the Targets, I guess South Carolina do too. But all the Targets here, when they redid them and made them bigger, they grocery stores too.
Yeah, they got grocery in there.
I haven't been in one lately, so I probably.
They might.
You know what? It reminds me of a TJ Maxx. That's what.
Okay, well, yeah, that's how they used to be until they added the grocery. Yeah, they have the Targets have a nice little grocery. There's a nice little grocery store.
I have not.
No, they don't have. The grocery store isn't as big as the Walmarts.
Right.
But like the Super Targets, their grocery stores are. But like the Target up the street from my house, we're supposed to be on boycott or whatever's going on with that.
Right.
But
I need my product.
so I'm not. We're not supposed to be shopping there.
Right.
But the Target, I was boycotting. I'm not boycotting anymore, but I was boycotting. So like it's stuff I need. I wasn't like going to Target to get it. But if it's something I had to have, I
Right.
get it out of Target. But they have a nice grocery store. The one up the street from me, they have great groceries, and Target prices for groceries are good. You'd be surprised at how good their prices are. Well,
Well,
we
it's,
ain't supposed to be in there shopping, but
it,
if you happen to be in there, their prices are. I'm not boycott. Well, yeah, well, whatever going on with it. If you happen to be in Target, boycott it. I mean, not boycott it. If you have to be in there shopping, their groceries is good. I like Target's because their prices are better than everybody else's too. Their price is better than Walmart's.
it sound
I
like you
think
need to
so.
you need to start using Instacart then. That's what you need.
I think so. I don't know. I just like when the boycott is over, I'm going back to like regularly shopping in Target. Whatever's going on with it, Jay Z over there doing deals. So I'm gonna. I like Target. I always had, but I have been boycotting. I don't know what y'all was doing.
Well, no, I ain't been shopping at Target
I'm
like
not
that.
boycotting anymore, but I have been. Not anymore.
Well, I'm glad
But
they boycotting
everybody
these.
else seemed to have
I'm
gone.
glad
I
they
remember Target was in bad shape.
Mhm.
But the people was boycotting, they wasn't up in there, and I felt bad to see Target. I told somebody I feel bad to see Target. Nobody up there. They was like, "How you know ain't nobody up in Target?"
Mm,
And I was like, I just wanted to see who all was in it. I was boycotting, but I'm not boycotting Target anymore though. I've gone back to just outright shopping
I
back
have not
now.
been in there in years. I don't like I said. The last time I seen one, it looked like TJ Maxx. I
But
don't
it
know
has
what the
been a
hell it
while
looked like
since you've been.
inside.
I don't know if all of the Targets all over the place have
Right.
groceries, but I know the ones here do because they didn't used to. But the ones here have groceries. They're full grocery store.
Shit,
They have a
TJ Maxx got
full
some food products. I was bugging out with that. I said, "What the hell they got
really.
food products in here?" Yeah, I mean they got not
Everybody.
many stuff, but it's just like what? They got a whole section like okay, they got a lot of dry type foods, chips. Just I was like amazed to see
Well,
that.
that's how Target used to be. But
Right.
now they got produce, they got meat department, they got it's a
Damn.
regular grocery. It's a regular grocery store.
I mean, Walmart made it where you could buy
Tyrone,
everything. Super Walmart, like I said.
Tyrone sweat. Tyrone swear by Walmart. I don't know, I just never cared for Walmart like that. But I
No,
go there,
but
but I
listen, I
have to.
got to be honest with you. Target is much
But Tyrone
nicer.
like Walmart. I
Ta-
like Target. People
Target
boycott Target.
Target is
I was
much
like,
nicer.
that's not gonna send me into Walmart though.
Target is much nicer than Walmart, and then Lowe's
Yeah,
food.
I never cared for one. Never could stand. Tyrone, where you at?
Oh,
I know Walmart is Tyrone's
He's in
store.
Walmart right now shopping.
uh-oh. Can y'all hear me now? Did I?
Tyrone loves a Walmart. Now that I you can tell.
I don't know what the
But
hell
I
happened
just
to my
never
phone.
cared for Walmart.
That was 24 hours too in some place.
This service is provided in high definition by freeconferencecallhd.com. There are 8 participants in the conference. Q&A session has started. The recording has started.
Pandemic. I know.
I guess my
but
phone keeps dropping off tonight. I don't know what's going on.
That's
And
Walmart.
do y'all have any 24-hour Walmarts in South Carolina? They used to.
No, they cut that out during the pandemic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
but
well,
Target
that
is
went
a
away.
Target is a much nicer store than Walmart. I have to give them credit for that. And then there's another store that I like is Lowe's Food. And then Publix. Publix is a nice store. I like that
Publix
store.
is
I like
it's
Publix.
Florida. That's Florida shit right
I
there.
like Publix.
Supermarket,
Publix is
Yeah.
a nice store.
I've been
Yeah,
spending a
I
lot
like
of time in
Publix.
Publix lately
Yeah,
instead of
yeah.
Walmart.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Lowe's Food.
Yeah, Lowe's
is where
Food.
sell
They got like
furniture
fresh
and
vegetables
curtains.
and fresh meat and all that kind of stuff.
Lowe's?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Is that the hardware store?
It's
Yeah.
it's the same name as the hardware store, but this is a completely different. It's like a Whole Food store.
Oh, so it's not the same as Lowe's and like Lowe's, the
No,
hardware store.
they don't have lumber and hardware in there. They just got all groceries and produce in there.
They might have converted too, like a lot of these companies they switch.
But it is
over
part
and
of the
doing other
Lowe's
shit.
franchise.
Yeah,
But it's
Oh,
only
it's part of Lowe's. That's
Yeah.
what I'm asking. So it is Lowe's, but it's a grocery store.
yeah, it's Lowe's food.
I never heard of that. I
Yep.
never heard of Lowe's
That's where
food.
they going with it.
And then
That's where they going.
Publix have taken place of Walmart for me. I like Publix.
Do y'all have y'all have Lidl? Y'all have Lidl?
I haven't heard of Lidl's. Who's this unknown caller?
Inside, can you handle it?
Hey, what's up,
So
Sarge?
we can hear you.
What's happening, Sarge?
I'd like look before I say the things that will cause you to accuse me of being a race traitor and all. I would like to acquaint you with a great event that happened today in the Oval Office of the White House. A
Okay.
man named Major James Capers, a legend in the United States Marine Corps, a man who ranks alongside Manila John Basilone, Chesty Puller, or Dan Daly, as a legendary Marine, was awarded the Medal of Honor after 59 years, long overdue. He is the first black man to command a Marine reconnaissance company in Vietnam, and he has a Silver Star, 2 Bronze Stars of Viva Valor, and 3 Purple Hearts. And for the incident for which he was awarded the Medal of Honor, which Donald Trump put around his neck today, if you read the citation, you would not believe it. You would say it's some bullshit written for a Hollywood movie. But it actually happened. It was witnessed by all kinds of Marines. And this man is a great, great American. And I just want to tell you this because, as far as I'm concerned, the most important people in the United States are those who serve honorably in the United States Armed Forces because they keep us all safe in a sovereign nation. Nobody else is more important for that purpose. No one. And people like James Capers is why I love the people in the armed forces. So y'all should know his name, say his name, and go read about him. Major James Capers Jr. from South Carolina. A great hero and a great black man. Medal of Honor today.
Major James what now?
Major James Capers Jr. Read his Medal of Honor citation and your mouth will just fall open. Say, how could he manage to do that after being shot 19 times? Led his company out of danger, saved Marines' lives, and accomplished his mission. And before that, he'd been doing all kind of great shit from 1957. Then the Dominican Republic in South America, he is a legendary Marine. They ought to do a movie about this man.
They showed him. I seen it today. They showed a clip of it. And that was good. That's good. I'm glad that he did that. I mean, maybe like you said, it's long overdue in general, and I don't know how many black soldiers that rank somewhere in that high he has gave the Medal of Honor. But yeah,
no, there's not many people get the Medal of Honor, man. When you get the Medal of Honor, you're in a class by yourself. I mean, you're in a very rare stratum.
Right, and I know. So he must have had to, go above and beyond to get that award because, again, for most of the people that's gotten awards over there, some of them don't even deserve it. But this man does, and I'm glad he finally gave it to somebody that does.
What I'm saying about the Medal of Honor is Donald Trump diminished the Medal of Honor by giving it to Rush Limbaugh. So there's that.
He gave him the Medal of Freedom, you bloody idiot.
The Medal of Freedom, he diminished
the Medal of Freedom, buddy. The Medal of Freedom is only available to members of the armed forces. By law, you can't give it to anyone else.
Well, I just
what are you talking about?
I imagine.
Where do you get this? You were in the Army. You don't know this?
I just wanted to bring that up.
I know. You just want to make something up again, and I had to shoot you down again. Now,
you know what, Sarge? Speaking of great women,
Wait a minute. Let's get back to Major J. One more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
This man was such a stud, and I'm saying a stud. You look at him, you're looking at the face of a warrior. You look at this man in uniform when he was a younger man, you were looking at a stud. And they put that man in a recruiting poster and on a recruiting film. Because in his dress blues and with his sword on and a Sam Brown belt, you will look at the epitome of a fighting Marine.
He was handsome. He was in his uniform. Yes, he
He's
was.
a stud, baby. I mean, a stud. That's what Marines call guys like that studs. You better believe this was a man, a Marine, and a Marine officer.
Well, you know what? I'm happy that Hegseth did get in the way and stop that from happening. So I'm happy. Maybe he went on.
I mean, there were plenty of administrations before the Trump administration that stopped it. It was brought to light in the Trump administration that it's just like that guy Royce Williams, that Navy F-9F Panther pilot, who because of security concerns and the fear of starting a war with the Soviet Union, shot down 7 MiGs in an inferior naval carrier aircraft. The MiGs were much better airplanes. They were flown by Soviet pilots. And Royce Williams, who was the commander at the time, Navy commander, shot down 7 of them by his damn self. And they didn't give him the Medal of Honor because it would bring too much publicity, and they didn't want to start the war with the Soviet Union. So for 54 years, that man was denied his due, and he kept his mouth shut about it because they ordered him not to say a word. He didn't even tell his wife. He followed his order. Okay, you say a word about this, we're going to send you to, I don't know, Siberia, some damn world, I don't know, depths of Alaska. It's probably court-martial you too. So he didn't say nothing. And then they said, well, now that some Russian writer wrote about it in 2014 and let all the Russian records about it, the pilots that didn't come back, the reports they had of them engaging this sole American naval pilot in combat over the Yellow Sea. Well, the truth was out, and they figured, well, okay, you can talk about it now. And now they gave him the Medal of Honor. So whenever this shit comes to light, Major Capers isn't the only guy this happens to. This kind of thing happens to. The reason he didn't get his because the officer that wrote up his citation got killed in combat, and all the paperwork got lost. It wasn't racism. This man is a legend. He was a legend even when the Marine Corps acknowledged him as a legend when he was still in, and he had the Silver Star and the Brown Stars and all these Purple Hearts. Anyway, I'm glad it happened.
I'm happy it happened too, because I was looking at his pictures. Online when he was getting his medal. Even though he's very dignified person, very dignified looking man, and he was sexy too.
Look at him when he was younger.
I know. That's what I'm looking at. I'm not now, but I'm looking at his picture when he was younger in that uniform. He was, but I'm looking at his picture when he was getting his medal. You could tell that he was proud, and he was proud, and I love that for him. I love that for him, regardless of who give him what. I love that for him. He's deserving of it.
They put him in a recruiting film. He was, like I said, he was what the Marine Corps wanted to represent to the world as what you aspire to when you want to look like a Marine. And there he is with all these others in his dress boots. He's the commanding officer of the unit in the movie, and he's showing them what to do. And he was the real deal. You look at this man's history and his record, it is simply astonishing. It is first rate. Not just what he did in Vietnam in that one day, but his whole career. He was a groundbreaker. Now, this is I want to talk about this kind of black man more than I do about black men who stab somebody in the heart because they get touched. I'd rather talk about a black man like this.
Here we go, Sarge. Well,
I got a black man.
Spend a lot of time talking about black men like this man.
I got a black man that was honored today in the most historic way by opening the first black man to open a presidential library in Chicago. And it was a wonderful event. I hope you tuned into it.
It was very nice. I saw parts of it. It was nice.
So that's a black man I want to talk about, you know.
Yeah.
Well, you also might want to look into the fact that many of the black contractors and subcontractors who didn't get paid are suing about it.
See, now you shitting on President Obama.
Opinion,
Hold on.
not my opinion.
Wait,
It's a matter of record.
Now, see, no, we allowed you. Wait a minute, we allowed you to offer Major James Capers without saying anything negative,
Right.
and we
What
just.
are you gonna say? If you got something negative about say about him, say it.
Well, no,
I'm
but
saying
as soon
it's
as
a matter of record.
just as soon as we talk about the president opening his library, you had negative stuff to say.
And what I'm saying is in connection with this library. Little people are
It's
suing
negative.
because they didn't get paid.
Right.
You
It's
complained about
negative.
Donald Trump doing it, didn't you?
Right. Well, that's what it's.
And all I heard from you, especially you, Tyrone, was you said Donald Trump didn't pay his contractors.
Oh Lord, why
Well,
can't
now
we
you
just?
got the same allegations again. They entered
Why
lawsuits
can't we
against the
just?
man.
Why can't we just honor
Well, if
President
that's
Obama?
true, I'm sure he seems like the type of person that will get settled
Make
if
it
that's
right.
true.
Sarge
And
is
if people will
probably
get
Sarge
that
is
back
lying.
right.
Don't fall for what Sarge. Sarge
But
is lying. Sarge is
I'm
lying.
not falling.
Now bet me some motherfucking money.
Okay,
You calling me a liar?
Sarge is
speaking
lying.
things on the factual record.
I don't want to
Bet me
do
some
that.
motherfucking money.
Sarge is lying.
I don't want. Let's go do that. But
No, 'cause I'm gonna prove it to this nigga.
you don't have to prove nothing. Tyrone.
And he knows
But
I'm telling the truth.
Tyrone, but that happens when people are you build in building and in different things like that. That happens, and let's hope if it's true, let's hope it's made right. But Tyrone, it was really good. Some of the clips and stuff that I saw, all of the people, Jennifer Hudson sang so beautifully,
Oh yeah.
and they had all these different people were there.
Chicago.
It seemed like
represented.
all of Hollywood came out. It was wonderful.
Tom Hanks.
It was really just about all of Hollywood came out, and it was wonderful. And he had other leaders who were like the other leaders from other countries. Where
He
they're
had the
not.
presidents, past presidents there.
And all of them, other past prime ministers and things,
Yeah.
they all came. I thought it was wonderful. It was lovely, and it just everything just seemed to have come off so spectacular.
I wish he was the
wonderful.
president again right now.
I do too, and I thought it was
Even though
great.
he wasn't perfect, because he pointed out himself, he said there's been
Nobody
things
is perfect.
mistakes that he's done that he could fix and correct, or there was things that he wanted to do that he didn't get done.
Well,
And, it's just the way it is. It's the reality.
Well,
The reality.
here's the story. It says several minority contractors and subcontractors are reporting they are owed millions of dollars for their work on the presidential center in Chicago. But then it said the firms are claiming unpaid invoices ranging from hundreds of thousands of dollars to tens of millions of dollars, placing several small minorities businesses at financial stress. But the general contractor structure, the Obama Foundation, has stated that it does not have outstanding disputes with the entities, and it paid the primary contractor, Lakeside Alliance. In turn, Lakeside Alliance was responsible for hiring
pay
and
everybody
issuing
else.
the payment to the subcontractors. But what Sarge is not doing is talking about how corrupt perhaps Lakeside Alliance is that didn't give these people their money and blaming it straight on Obama. See, you got to dig into shit. That's why I said Sarge is lying.
What I didn't do was say they were true, did I?
Sarge,
I said they were lawsuits.
you were lying.
I didn't say they
You're
were true.
lying.
'Cause
You're
frankly,
lying.
I don't know if they have any basis
Last
or not.
week you
I'm
lied.
simply saying
Last week
they
you
were
came
there,
on here lying.
And what you said doesn't tell the whole story either.
What last week you came on here lying, and then you came on here
No,
lying
wait, you didn't hear what I
tonight.
just said,
You're
did
just
you?
a liar.
I didn't say that they're allegations.
You're a liar.
Until it comes out in court,
You're
I
a
cannot
liar.
say whether it has a foundation or not.
You're a
That's
liar.
what you do. I don't do that.
Well, anyway,
Don't do that.
it was a beautiful
It was
dedication
lovely. It was lovely.
ceremony, and I truly.
Man, we stop treating me acting like act like you do, because I never do.
Well, stop lying. Okay, that's all you gotta do.
I don't sit up there and say something is proven when it hasn't been.
Because you
Well,
lying.
you said
You do
that.
all the time, though.
Okay.
You
lying.
said that. But Tyrone said that Trump didn't pay his people, and he didn't. And this that so Barack, and so you inferred that.
He lied.
So,
he lied.
well,
You could
He
probably
lied.
say that, but don't say I
No,
said
he
it.
lied. He lied.
Now that I've clarified it, you know my until the matter is settled in court,
God.
I cannot make a final conclusion.
We was trying to say something positive about a black man, President Obama, and you came on here with lies. Sorry, that's the bottom
If I said
line.
something positive about Donald Trump, you'd have found something nasty to say too.
Oh,
So the hell with you.
God. Jesus Christ.
If I say anything positive about Donald Trump, you always have something negative to say
It
about
took
it.
2 seconds to Google what you was talking about.
Always.
It took 2 seconds to Google what you was talking about,
So
sir.
don't give me that shit. We both do what we gotta do. Difference between me and you is I don't lie.
You just lied.
Nigga, I didn't tell everything. You will say something is proven when it's a fucking assertion.
Why you want to argue with me?
There's
Okay.
a big difference between you and me.
Okay, back to
Huge.
Obama Library. I
And
really
you know-
hope that I get a chance to go to Chicago to see this.
I would like to go and see it as well.
So-
But you know, a funny part is when Michelle spoke so eloquently and Barack didn't want to cry. And when she said something that he was busy doing this and winning a Peace Prize, and TMZ and all of the outlets was putting up, Hillary laughed so loud that there wasn't even a microphone near her, and you could hear her laughing when Michelle said that part, which is true. I mean, Trump is just won a Peace Prize so bad that he took that woman Peace Prize and sitting up there, you know, it's just so sad that we have a toddler, a demented toddler in the White House, and I don't know.
Yeah, and I will never say anything positive about a child predator, a womanizer, a rapist, a criminal, fraud. I would never say anything positive about a person like that.
about them.
You said something that isn't true. And we're finding out the truth about E. Jean Carroll. That's a lying bitch. I'm going to say it right now.
She's
She's already been shown to committed perjury.
She
And now
won.
she's trying to excuse it away for committing perjury.
So she
Under oath.
won. So just over with. She won. She won. I don't know what
No,
to.
it's being revisited, sir.
So she won.
Yeah, whatever.
So it's one.
And
She
they
won.
trying to,
She
She
won.
didn't know who financed her defense.
So she won.
trying,
Sorry, she
and trying
won.
to
Golly.
forget E.G. Carroll and trying to hide information so we could catch a predator's ring.
Yep.
Predator, child predators.
No. Failing to release is not the same thing as hiding. There was legislation involved, and there was disputes between Congress and the president about when and where to release them. That's not the same thing as covering it up.
It is covering it up. What is wrong with
It is
you?
covering it up.
See, everything's what you say it is.
What the fuck is wrong with him?
You say something there, but it's true.
He's the one with the
Between you and
power.
me,
What is wrong with you?
You just making a certain
Oh,
thing. It's true.
golly.
Because Lyrone said it.
Sarge,
Ain't
you
nobody
protect child predators. That's the bottom line. That's what's going on.
Bullshit. Well, then, why didn't you say anything about 335 children that were missing at the border and we find every day being sex trafficked? You have a goddamn thing to say about that.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm talking about
You,
that
but
man.
nigga, you know what I'm talking about. Quit playing dummy.
What is wrong with
You know
you?
what I'm talking about.
But Tyrone, I get it because when you are very close friends with a child predator and a person who molests and rapes children, you're gonna want to try to cover that up for them, regardless whether they live in or dead.
Yeah,
When you're very close friends,
yeah.
whether he did anything or not,
He
that
did
was
it.
his friend. And we don't know. We all believe he did. I do.
He did it.
But that was his close friend.
Well, I mean,
and he knew that Jeffrey Epstein liked him on the young side. That's what
I mean,
he
you just
said.
look at what he did for Ghislaine Maxwell, a
Yeah, he
convicted predator. That's his
And he
administration.
trying to get her out of prison. If
Sergeant got shit to say about that.
He could pardon her tomorrow. He would. But the optics.
Transfer.
Sergeant got shit to say about that.
Prison.
It's Trump
A
DOJ.
transfer.
It's Trump DOJ did it, Sarge. Trump DOJ did it.
All right. Look.
Somebody that was
Listen,
trafficking
that
and
was
molesting
Donald
young girls.
on Epstein. Donald Trump snitched on him to the police.
Oh, God, here we
got
go.
the investigation started that put him in jail.
Donald Trump was trying to cover his ass in that article.
Trump did that, not you.
He was trying to cover his ass in that article. That's all that
Well,
was
that's
going on.
what you say. Give me some proof of it,
He was trying to get
You
ahead of the
lied
story. He was trying to get
continuously.
ahead of the story. That's all.
You lied
And-
continuously. I don't trust you at all.
Epstein-
I want some corroborative evidence of what you just said.
And Epstein was gunning for him over that real estate deal, and he knew it. How Trump was able to get money that Epstein knew he didn't have to buy that property, and Epstein was gunning for him off that property that he knew Trump didn't have the money to buy. So I mean, they were all of them Trump and his modeling agency. This person's
Yeah,
modeling.
Trump is a freak. He like little children. I mean, he had a fucking massage.
look,
He had a
allegedly.
motherfucker.
Allegedly.
He had a massage parlor. He had a massage parlor in Mar-a-Lago that hired teenage girls.
Just being not prosecuted would not relieve Trump of any debt.
He had a massage parlor in Mar-a-Lago that hired teenage
But
girls.
that's got to do
That's
with
a
the
fact.
charges against Epstein
That's a fact.
that Trump revealed,
That's a fact. Sorry, you protecting a predator. That's all
and
you're
that's
doing.
a fact. That's a fact that he snitched to the police. They said so.
Okay, well
Now
anyway.
call him a liar.
Back to the president. Back to the president not involved in any child sex trafficking.
I don't know if he is. I'm saying you haven't given me any evidence that he is.
President Obama and his lovely
That's the big
family.
distinction between you and me.
Sorry, you're protecting a pedophile. I don't know the
if
truth.
he's involved in sex trafficking or not. The evidence you've given me is
He's not.
ridiculous.
We got evidence that Donald
Man,
Trump is
don't
all
say
in the
he hasn't
Epstein.
been.
Is President Obama in the
He
Epstein
may
files?
very well be. How do I know what he's guilty of?
Is President Obama in
You
the
don't
Epstein files?
either. You just say things.
Has President Obama been to the island?
No.
Okay then. I closed my eyes. I closed the case.
Well then, goddammit, show me on any log that shows he's been to the island, not just on his airplane.
Well, no, the airplane counts.
They
The
have
airplane
a
counts.
manifest and they have a list of all that stuff.
The airplane
It
counts,
showed
sir.
up. It's not on any of them that landed at the island.
It don't matter. He had a fucking
But yes,
goddamn.
it does. You just said, hey, you asked me a question. Has he been to the island?
Oh,
I
God.
said no.
Okay.
And now you just said,
Well,
well,
this
we
ain't-
ain't got nothing
this
there.
ain't
Well,
gonna
the
work
foot gas makes a difference.
Sarge,
This
Now,
ain't
of
gonna
course,
work
you're
out.
the one that asked the question.
This is not gonna work out.
I swear to God, do you listen to yourself ever?
Sarge,
But they had things.
him and Bill Gates, Sarge. Him and Bill Gates. Come on, Sarge.
Hey,
But
anything, man. You know, it's easy when you're not accountable for the things you say. I'm always accountable for the things I say, and you hold me to the strictness of scrutiny, but not yourself.
But all of the molestation and trafficking and things that went on, it didn't only just go on that island.
And not to mention Melania
Okay,
Trump's
show me
friend.
some evidence that Trump was. All I'm asking for is evidence that Trump was involved in any of it.
Not to mention.
Whatever it
Okay,
occurred.
hold on. Stop screaming. Not to mention that Melania Trump's best friend.
You understand? Words
Shut the
come out of
fuck
my
up.
mouth.
Not to mention that Melania Trump's best friend just exposed her for being a goddamn what you call them, Melissa?
Oh, 304
A
escort,
comfort
eh?
woman.
For Christ's sake, man, wait. Michelle Obama's a man.
Oh God.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I can play that too.
But Michelle, what's her name? Melania's best friend just said that she was a comfort woman. That ain't nothing I'm making up.
Oh, yeah, and they also said he peed on a bed in Moscow. Had that from the
That-
fucking
that-
FBI.
that ain't
Yeah,
nothing
you
I'm
believe
making
that
up.
too?
Uh-huh.
So what? We now know that's a lie.
You
That
defi-
wasn't
We don't know
true.
that.
The
You
whole
defend-
Christopher Steele dossier was made up.
You
Even
defended-
the author of the goddamn thing said he couldn't corroborate it.
You're defending whores and pedophiles.
Shit, you just make up shit and don't have to be accountable. I do, though. I'm always accountable.
You're defending whores and pedophiles. That's what you're doing.
And Trump, according to what the people say, that Melania was Trump's sloppy second.
Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein had that.
Jeffrey Epstein, and what's that other old dirty dude? The one who stole the money from Dylan
Oh,
DeWall?
somebody said, they said this, they said that. You don't have to be accountable for anything by saying, I could do that too. I could tell you
I believe
about,
it.
I care about
You
Larry
can't-
Sinclair,
listen,
the book
you
he wrote.
can't say
He
a
wrote
thing-
book about sucking Obama's dick in his limousine.
Okay, there
and
you
blowing
go.
coke with it.
That's a
But
lie.
You don't believe that, do you?
You don't
he
have
wrote
no-
a book about it.
Lord, you just make up shit about
See,
President
that's why I'm
Obama.
not making up. He did write a book about it. I got his book.
Sarge, the only way that you would know that is if the dick was in your mouth. That's the only way.
Nigga, I didn't say I knew it. I said a man wrote a book, which is a fact.
That's the
A
only way
man
you would know that.
actually wrote a book in which he described
God.
doing blow with cocaine and giving that motherfucker a blowjob.
Okay,
Now, I
yeah.
don't know if it's true or not, but he wrote a book about it.
Oh God.
And you know what? And then also that woman who wrote that book that said, what was the guy who stole the money from the wall? That
Oh,
he
Steve
also-
Bannon.
Steve Bannon, that he also has, because I read the inserts of his book, that he had sloppy sex with Melania in the back of Jeffrey Epstein's
Steve
townhouse.
Bannon. Steve Bannon has sex with
Yeah.
Melania.
And that
Oh my
so-
goodness.
they said this other dude that they had ran a train on Melania,
Oh my goodness.
and
Okay, so which proven lies about Donald Trump do you wish to still believe? Do you still wish to believe them? Or you willing to see they might be a little bit spurious? Because there's
Okay,
a lot
so-
of them out there.
Why are you
Okay,
defending
you
this
see-
guy,
wait
man?
a
Like
minute.
seriously, why are
Okay,
you defending this
wait a
guy?
minute. Okay, you see how I made that up about him? But it is reported that Steve Bannon
I
had
didn't
sex
say
with
you made it
Melania.
up. I said that you
No,
acknowledged
no,
that.
I made that up. No, I
didn't
made
say you
that
made
little
it
piece up. No, I didn't say you said.
You
I'm
are
saying.
reporting what others have said.
No. Like you saw some man in some car with Barack or some book. And it's like I made up something about Steve Bannon having sloppy sex and running a train on Melania in Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse. I made that up. But I didn't make up. I made that little piece up. But I didn't make up the part about people saying Steve Bannon had sex with Melania too. Let me pull up the article on that.
All right, good. So some people are claiming things that may or may not be true. What do we do with
I
that?
said I made that up about
Just
the
like Larry
time.
Sinclair did about Obama. It may or may not be true.
It ain't
It's
true.
one or the
But you
other.
know,
It ain't true.
So, I mean, I'm asking you, what do we do when things may or may not be true without solid evidence of affirmation? What do we do? Just believe what we wish to believe because we're on one side or the other?
Sarge, we all know Barack Obama ain't gay. We
Yeah,
know
I mean,
that.
no, we don't all know. You say that, nigga, and I know better.
How do
Don't
you know?
dare
Like I
say
said,
we all know.
the only way
We
that you
don't
would
all
know, the only way that you would know Barack Obama is gay is if his dick was in your mouth. That's the only way
Okay,
that you
now
would
you
know
see
that.
how you just shifted the fucking goalpost, you dirty, no good, low down motherfucker. See, that's what you do every fucking time.
That's
Every
the
time
only-
you're in the corner like the rat you are.
That's
you
the
move
only way-
goalpost
that's the
around,
only way
and
you would
can't
know,
go
Sarge.
nowhere anyway, because you're in the fucking corner.
That's the only way
The
you
rat.
would know. There's no other way you would know
Fucking
that.
rat.
There's
You're
no
a
other way.
fucking rat. You're cornered.
Okay, whatever. I don't know what your problem is, man. Why you like?
whatever the,
My problem is I'm bound by truth and fact, and you get to make up any fucking thing you want.
Is it-
There's a big difference.
Is that what you think?
You're right.
Okay.
You don't know.
All right. Okay.
and the rumor mill also saying that the basketball player Karl Malone, that he had sloppy sex
Uh-oh.
with Melania in the back.
Why not the whole New York Knicks? Fuck.
Okay, I'm making up stuff now. But that's how I'm making up stuff. That's how you sound
Okay,
sometimes.
yeah, like I said, man, it's easy to just make things up. I'm bound by some level
Son, why are
of
you
truth.
defending these people, man? That is
I mean,
disgusting,
some
man.
level of truth and fact binds me. Like I said, Larry Sinclair wrote a book. Whether it's true or not, he wrote a book with great detail about what happened. Now, that doesn't mean it's true. He did write the book. I at least have some foundation, first person.
That don't make for
A
first person.
first person recital, not a third party.
Okay, well, first person one of Melania's old friends came out and said in the interview and all of them that Melania was a comfort woman.
That's the second party. That's not a first party. You just said it. She said that she did something. That's second party. That's not first party.
No, that's the same. It's the same standard that you said. That's the same standard. That's the same standard that you said.
First party, second party.
You said Larry whatever wrote a goddamn book. This lady is saying it out of her mouth. It's the same goddamn standard.
That's second hand, buddy.
Okay, I don't know.
No, she's saying what she know, what she saw, and that's why Melania. What day was that Melania came out? I did not know. Just everybody's like, what the hell is this? Remember that press conference that she threw? Because that woman was out there running her mouth.
In this orgy.
And some woman was out here running her mouth. If it wasn't some truth, if it wasn't something behind that, Melania, they threw a whole press conference and everybody was thrown for a loop. What the hell is this about, Melania? I did not know just the
the orgy.
Because that woman got out of the lockup or wherever they had sit, and she started running her mouth. And Melania's people said, we gotta get ahead of this. And Melania's friends, Melania's people said, then why did Melania come out? Why can't I get
an answer to a simple question?
No,
did she participate in the orgy?
Yeah, she said she did.
Okay, so that means she's a witness.
So that validates.
I'm just curious to ask another question. Now that I finally got one. Did she say this under oath in any sort of deposition?
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
I don't know. All I know is if my girlfriend was out here slutting horn in the street, and I came out and said, yeah, she was doing this. I saw her doing this, and I know she did this, and this is what we was doing together.
You know what?
We was selling it on the street, and we was this, that. Okay, people will go, but that's her good girlfriend. That's her good Judy. She would know because she was selling hers too.
Okay, sure. I'd have a lot more faith in it if she said it under oath.
Sorry,
but it's
listen.
interesting to know that she said she saw it as an eyewitness. Now, I would wonder about why, if this is publicly alleged, why Melania didn't sue her. Maybe because she's her ex-friend.
Because it's the damn truth.
But you know what? If she was a suer, then she would have to repeat those statements under oath. And I'd be curious to know if she would do that.
Well, you just
Melania?
Go ahead.
Melania's not going to sue that woman.
This was the woman that was her friend. If her friend was an eyewitness to this, then that means in a deposition, in a civil suit, she would be asked it under oath.
Melania is not suing because everything that lady is saying is true. That is why.
Maybe not.
Because they have to go. Melania is not suing her because they have to do discovery. And they don't want that. Melania was going to sue that other guy who's writing. I can think his Wolf, whatever his name is, going to write that book. And they was like, they was going to sue him and this, that, like, that's not gone away because they don't want discovery.
Well,
and he's the one that said that Trump had sex with Melania the first time up on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, first time he met her. They're not suing him. What's his name? They're not suing him because of discovery.
I'm taking my cue from liberals. Personal conduct that is not criminal is nobody's damn business. So
now it's nobody's business.
And Democrats who tell me that all the time. Mind your own business.
Now it's nobody's business, but you keep talking about Barack Obama had his penis in people's mouth. What is wrong with you?
I didn't say he did. I don't know. I'm not like you. Negro, I'm not like you. I don't know if you did or not. I'm saying talk about it.
If somebody came out and said that I did that, I'm suing them. And let's run to discovery. If I know I didn't do it,
Larry Sinclair.
Why isn't Melania suing her girlfriend?
For the very same reasons, perhaps. I don't know. I can speculate.
Well,
I'm not saying that Melania Trump is innocent. You guys are saying that Larry Sinclair is a liar.
He is.
I'm telling you, I don't know.
Melania Trump is a whore, and you're defending the whore.
Well, now you're being slanderous because that definitely hasn't been proven.
Oh, it's been proven.
Yo, you just
Listen, no, listen. Hold on. One night. Hold on, Sarge. One night, I did a show, and I pulled up the Wayback Machine, and I pulled up Melania as a model and a price on her. I don't know if you was on here or not. She was one of those international people that sold herself to rich guys. I don't know what to tell you about that.
And didn't I just tell you I'm taking my liberals from Democrats, progressives, and others who tell us what you do in your private business that is not criminal is none of your business.
Okay, it's not criminal. It's probably not criminal, but she is a whore. That's a fact.
All right, well then it's none of my business or yours then. I don't care.
Okay, well, I mean, she can.
I'm just following your lead, buddy.
Okay, well.
I don't care that she did that either. I don't care. Do what your sex life, however. If you want to sell it, however you want to.
Obama's dick. I hope you got a nut.
What is wrong with you and Barack?
I don't care about.
Why are you fascinated on that man's penis? You so
I don't care
fascinated.
about that either.
Because he wrote a fucking book about it.
Oh
He
God.
was able to show through his phone log where he had conversations with members of Obama's staff.
Oh God.
And not the one he sucked.
And they have pictures of Melania on a pole, and they have pictures of her nude, doing look like she get ready to scissor another
Like I
woman.
said, if it
So
ain't
let's just
criminal,
put that
I
out.
don't care. I don't care if the guy sucked Obama's dick either.
What is wrong
You
with
brought
you?
it up.
Because he literally
You
wrote a
brought
book
it
about
up.
it. And you guys just say things without that much
Well,
foundation.
we brought up about Melania because you called me because you started talking about Barack and some old man.
responding to it. I'm
And
saying that
you-
I wouldn't
you
even
brought it
bring
up.
that up without the foundation of the
Who
book.
started-
That's more foundation than you provide.
Who brought this up, Tyrone? Who
Sarge
started
did.
all
We
this?
was talking about the positive
we
stuff.
talking about
We was talking about
presidential
Barack
library.
Obama's
Remember how we got
library. We was talking about his
Yeah,
library, and you
and
brought up all
we
this
got
bullshit.
And looked at where the depravity where we ended up.
Yeah,
We didn't start this.
Exactly. I want to talk about Major James Capers. You talked about the presidential library. I got talking about what it was, so I brought up things about the presidential library that weren't so great. If you got a problem with Major James Capers, you know something about it.
Nobody
you can
said
bring up whatever
anything
you
about
know.
James
We don't have no
Capers.
problem with him.
Nobody
We have
said
a
nothing about
problem.
James Capers.
We all,
I wouldn't
we,
mind if it's true or has a basis for it. It wouldn't bother me at all.
we ended up talking about depraved things because of you.
Right.
You started
They was
this.
giving. They
It
was
wasn't
giving.
depraved what I bought. It was a matter of law.
Sarge.
It wasn't depraved.
Sarge,
It was an allegation that the contractors on the presidential library were not sufficiently paid. That is not degenerate. That's not depraved. That's a civil suit.
And I looked it up and found the
You guys
facts.
brought up the depraved stuff, and then I did too.
And I looked it up and found the facts, and you should correct yourself now. Okay, that's just the bottom line.
And
No,
so
you
as
didn't.
we
You what you
talking,
bought. No, you didn't. No, you
Right.
didn't.
But we
You didn't do
talking,
any such thing.
Sarge, they're talking about the positive aspect of them making this thing. Now that's an allegation, what you're saying, which is not a fact. So I don't even know. I mean,
Wait,
obviously,
the lawsuits are a fact.
Right. But what I'm saying is the fact is that that's not that we don't. That they haven't came to decision and they haven't found nobody.
I
guilty. So-
specifically said that.
Right, but to bring it up while they just talking
So
about
I
how
can't bring it up. I just
no,
can't bring it up.
wait, to talk about
For
it
you to
while
make
they-
whatever you want to make of it.
No. Well, he was bringing out the positive aspects of how.
I know, and I chose not to. But I didn't lie.
Right, but
You
it's
did
like,
lie.
it
All right,
seems
let me say this
no.
then. Okay, there's another thing too. Now, the Obama Foundation, which is charged in the library, made an agreement with the city of Chicago. They pledged to create the fund, which is an endowment. Now, this was part of a 99-year deal to take control of that 19.3-acre section of Jackson Park for a one-time payment of, wait now, $10. So if they don't create the fund, the city should rightfully get the wrecking ball and get rid of that ugly damn thing because it's nakedly violating its contract.
Oh Jesus
But of
Christ.
course that won't happen as long as Let's Go Brandon Johnson is the mayor.
And y'all saw when Trump was over at the G7 and he forgot and thought he was Korean for a few seconds. And he started following the Korean people in to take a seat. And they had to show him, no, Mr. Deuces, Mr. Suffered for whatever he said, no, go this way. Then he walked in, I'm the boss. And you know what was so funny? They sitting there looking at him, following the Korean people, because it was like, well, they had a line going in, so let me get in this line because he can't walk straight anymore. And when he was trying to hold the French, what was the French president?
Macron.
Whatever. Macron, his wife's hand, and she really didn't want to hold his hand. But Trump is used to, well, because of the condition that he is in right now. He needed somebody to help lead him when they was walking. And I mean, it was just terrible. And he's so fat now that it is absolutely. Y'all see how fat he is, and his legs and stuff is so swole.
So now you worry about the president's health.
Yeah, he's fat,
and don't worry about Joe.
And
he stumbled and fell on his ass 10 times.
And he's
falling down, going up the stairs.
We said
falling when he goes to the Air Force Academy.
She said
he don't
know which way to go off the stage. When the parachute is coming down over there in France to land there, he didn't know which way to go to face the paratroopers.
Let's go back.
And all of a sudden now you're worried about this.
No, Sarge, that would have been good if she never said anything. She said about it.
Yeah, but he at least knows which way to turn to go off stage.
She said that Joe was old. Joe Biden was old. Okay, she never denied.
Yeah, he's fat.
Princeton, Illinois. Hey, he's fat, Trump.
Anyway, he's fat. His ankles is on swole. His brain is dead, and it's like Swiss cheese.
Well, is dead now.
He is a liar, and the people say he's
interview. He can give
hour-long
interviews and answer
and the
all
people
the questions.
Say he's
No, that's a lie. Trump ain't never answered one goddamn question, so that's a fucking lie.
You don't like the answers he gives. Like
he just
like
rambled.
When I don't give you the
and
answer
the people surrounding him say he stinks. And his wife looked like Caitlyn Jenner.
They got a video. They got a video of Trump. They got a video of Trump shitting on himself. Have y'all seen that?
So I mean, we can go back and forth.
Him and Joe.
Joe shit himself in an interview. Had to get up in the middle of the interview because he shit himself.
Him and Joe Biden.
Yeah, he's not president anymore.
No, but Sarge, like Sarge, I know you got upset when I said that, but did you see that video of Trump shitting on himself?
I don't believe you any fucking way, but I know I saw the one with Joe Biden shitting on himself.
I ain't
said whether I believe what I just did, but I really don't believe you. I think you're lying.
Oh, okay. I just asked, did you see the video?
You lie about so goddamn much it ain't funny.
I just asked, did you see the video? I guess you didn't see it.
Because we can go back and forth. You say something bad, then we think of something bad to say about Trump.
Right,
this is absolutely ridiculous.
Again, all I want is evidence of it. Look, I can give you evidence of when
we don't want any of that.
And
you know what? And I would like evidence that, because people who has been around here say Trump stinks. They say he always smell bad, that he stinks.
Okay. We some anonymous motherfucker just said it, huh?
So
no, you can look at you. No, you can hold on. Wait a minute, hold on. Listen, you can look at the reaction when people are in interviews with Donald Trump sitting beside of him. You can watch their reactions.
That reaction, he stinks.
What does their reaction reveal, Tyrone?
Their reaction reveal that they're sitting beside a stinking motherfucker.
You just said something that is indicative to you of the truth. What did this expression reveal?
Those expressions reveal that they're sitting beside a stinking person.
Okay, see, you're a lying motherfucker. You full of shit. Now you're full of shit. Now you're the one full of shit. I don't believe you. I think you're lying.
And Tyrone, and he wears the cheapest orange makeup we have ever seen. Instead of having a makeup person to do his makeup, he uses the worst orange foundation, and that thing he got sewn up on his head like a hot mess, and he's fat, and he has a turkey neck, gobble hanging down to his chest, and his ankles is thick, and the people say he stinks. And when he was talking about Yosemite, he called it Yosemite because he's dumb.
And to further prove my point, Trump actually had rallies where his rally goers, including Sarge, was wearing diapers to his rally. Why was y'all wearing diapers to Trump rallies, Sarge?
Representing.
Because they was.
I didn't see nobody wearing no damn diapers.
They was wearing diapers. They was wearing diapers at his rallies. They was wearing diapers.
Look, you're gonna have to explain it to me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, well I'm gonna
Pull
find
up
a
the
picture.
pictures.
I'm
You can pull up. You can pull up the pictures where they was like
If they did, it was probably a
being
response
mad. They were wearing
It was
diapers.
probably a show. If they did it, I don't know anything about it, but I'm guessing
Yeah, they were.
did it as a response to the crazy shit that people like you say.
And they were wearing diapers to the rally showing solidarity. You don't remember that?
Solidarity.
I mean, I worry about important shit, not the trivial shit.
Well,
I
I
do
told
too.
you the man was shitting on himself, and his supporters were wearing diapers. I mean, what other?
They were doing that because others of you say he was. It was a
Anyway.
response. It was a response, literally, to the shit that you say.
I think that's.
Can I say something in all honesty, in truth and honesty, because I'm a better person than this. I'm just doing this because we're just going back and forth, but I really don't like this. I really don't like Tyrone, before you get into that, I see you pulled it up. I don't like wait a minute. I don't like making fun of people when they get a certain age that they're incontinent. I do not like that, making fun of people with diapers. I do not like making fun and talking and playing the dozens about people who might be suffering from Alzheimer's and suffering from cognitive decline. I do not like this.
I agree with you, Elisa. I don't like it either. I don't
We're
like.
all better than this because this will probably be all of us, and we shouldn't be doing this.
Well, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. But
we got drawn into this. I don't like this.
Well, I don't like it either. I don't like it either.
I'm gonna apologize for it.
And I'm gonna apologize too. But fuck Donald Trump. I'm gonna talk about his old ass shitting on his damn self. And Sarge, here's the pictures of those people wearing diapers at Donald Trump's rallies.
I know you won't be honest about this. I know you're not going to be honest about this, but I certainly am. Everybody from time to time, even will you let me finish? I'll be quick, I promise. Everybody from time to time gets bouts of diarrhea, upset stomach, and they get caught in a place like on a bus or a train where you can't go use the body right away. Now, you know how many times I shit myself in Vietnam because I had dysentery or diarrhea? Hey, it happens. You get sick. And even in normal life, you can have bouts of diarrhea and you might shit yourself. Maybe that's what happened to Biden. Maybe that's what might have happened to Trump. I don't know. You don't know either. And you're not going to be honest and admit that is even a possibility because you're a liar and a demagogue, Lyron.
So be honest and tell us what you was eating in Vietnam that made you have diarrhea.
You need this shit, might just go to the fucking swamps.
Sarge, you asked me.
You fall in a hole and you fall in over your head and you take a mouthful of swamp water. You're gonna get sick.
Sarge, you asked me to prove.
Did you ever try to pour the river in Vietnam? You come out the
We ain't talking about Vietnam. Fuck that. Sorry, we ain't talking about Vietnam.
What the fuck you talking about, man?
We ain't talking about Vietnam. Listen, you asked me to prove that Trump had a rally. Shut up.
You're fucking sick.
You asked me to prove that Trump had a rally where his Sarge, you asked me to prove that Trump had a rally where they were wearing diapers. There it is on the screen.
No, you didn't. I know that's not what you did. I didn't ask you to do a damn thing.
Okay.
I said for you to give me evidence.
There's the evidence on the screen.
You told me something about some people's looks on their faces. I said, what looks? What else? You couldn't even tell me.
There's the evidence on the screen. I'm showing it.
Proof. You said because some goofballs are wearing. Look at the fucking balloons when Trump got a diaper. That's what they're referring to, idiot.
Most of us go back to.
Look at the balloons with the diapers, idiot.
Go back to what you said. Listen, most of us don't know what Vietnam was, and nobody knows about having diarrhea in Vietnam and what you ate. So I'm just trying
and how you get sick all the time, particularly diarrhea and dysentery. Everybody had it.
That's why I asked you what you ate over there, and obviously you was there in war.
You get sick because you ingest shit you can't help ingesting. We had to cross rice paddies that were literally fertile fertilized with human shit.
So let me ask you this: he was not.
Did you hear what I just said?
Right.
We're the first rice patties that were fertilized with human shit.
Right. And I'm gonna ask you, what is he eating? Shitty
I don't know. Everybody can get diarrhea at times.
Shitting on yourself.
Why do you think they're selling over the counter medications?
Sarge, at this age, right now.
I mean, you're telling me you know because he's old and incontinent. Hell, I was 19 years old shitting myself. Or 20.
But this is a very depraved conversation that we allowed ourselves to get led into. You caused it, Sarge, and I would really like to get off of this because the man is 80, and I don't like this. I don't feel comfortable with this. Let's get off this.
It all started because I was talking about a civil suit filed in the civil court by contractors. And then Tyrone got on this other shit. Not me.
No, I help. Let's just get off of this because I like to consider myself to be an intellectual person. We were talking about the presidential, the dedication for the center. Right. And you start tearing it up and calling it names, which is just extremely deplorable. So let's get off of this.
Structure, not a person.
Well, no, you said more than that. I admit my part in this.
Yeah, and I stand by it.
Okay. Anyway, and I got mad, and then I got on Trump how he stank and different things. Let's just stop this.
Is it acceptable to criticize an architectural building for its style? Is that acceptable? I mean, you guys don't like the ballroom. You criticize it.
But the ballroom hasn't been built.
That Berlin Prague Tower in the middle of Jackson Park.
The ballroom hasn't been built, so we can't criticize it. It has not been built.
Even before it was built.
Sarge, who's paying for that in the pool? Who's paying for that damn pool over there?
The USC is paying for that fight. Dana White even complained about how much it cost.
For that dirty pool that's turned into
it is a government structure. The taxpayers pay for repair and upkeep of government structures. What is new about that?
How many millions of dollars?
What is new about that?
How many millions of dollars?
What is new about repairing for improvements and upkeep of governmental buildings and property? Since when is that controversial?
Sarge, why does it cost so much money, though?
I don't know. Ask the contractors. Inflation.
Who's the contractor, Sarge?
I don't know.
That was just pure theft. That's all that was pure theft. Let's just get off of that taxpayers' money that was theft. So there's no need to even go down through that. And the work was shitty and shoddy. It was theft. Pure and simple. That was theft.
Okay.
And now they're still over there trying to get the thing straight, trying to figure out. And now they're saying that the stuff that they put down there is peeling up. It's coming up in the bottom. That was theft.
Oh, you should see what they're saying about Brahma's library, about the way they laid the concrete and the rebar. Oh man!
See how we was talking about the reflecting pool.
Why do you think it was $700 billion to build that goddamn thing?
Right. We were talking about the reflecting pool and Donald Trump stiffing the goddamn taxpayer. Sarge, listen, I'm getting tired of talking and you're talking over me. Sarge, I'm going to say what I got to say, so stop talking over me. We was talking about... Shut the fuck up. We was talking about the reflecting pool and Donald Trump stiffing the taxpayer for $13 million, telling us that it was going to be flag blue and it was going to be beautiful, and now it's full of fucking algae. That's what we were talking about. It was a waste of goddamn money. It was a waste of time.
And the work they did, the paint they put down, it's already peeling up and coming up to the top. So that's the local news reporter. You can see all the blue stuff coming up from the bottom.
And everybody giving Donald Trump credit for being a builder, a contractor. I mean, this just shows you that he's full of shit all the way around.
Okay.
But I tell you, I don't care about the reflecting pool. I really don't. Whatever happened to it, it's going to happen to it. They probably should have just did the regular maintenance. You went in there trying to do something new and something different, and now look what has happened. Just let it go. It is what it is. The theft from the American people.
This is from the Architectural Engineering News, September 2025. The cost to build former President Barack Obama's presidential center.
We're not talking about President Obama. We're talking about the reflecting pool. Every president gets a presidential library. Every president gets a presidential library. Every president gets a presidential library. Not every president steals $13 million from the people. Every president gets a presidential library. Every president gets a presidential library. Not every president steals $13 million from the taxpayer for a fucking algae-filled pool. Jesus Christ.
And the taxpayers is gonna be on the hook for that other. How much more they said they're gonna need for that ballroom? What was it? 30 billion?
I don't know. It's up to $1 trillion now, I guess.
And the project rising in Chicago's Jackson Park has been plagued by errors.
And we're gonna have to pay that for something we
lawsuit filed by concrete contractors in one construction against the project's engineer, Thornton Tomasetti. It alleges discrimination against a minority-owned firm based on correspondence from the engineer critiquing its experience and quality of work. Rebar spacing is central to the dispute. A worker was injured on the site after I fall in January. They did sloppy work filing and filling the concrete. They showed it in photographs.
I guess that's why they had a grand open. That's why they had a grand opening today. I guess everything all fucked up. Shut up, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Everything all fucked up. That's why they had a grand opening today. Shut the fuck up. Donald Trump don't know what the fuck he's doing.
And did y'all hear that they're cutting, I think it's $100 million from, oh my gosh, what's the stuff that they give the mothers and babies milk and cheese?
$300 million.
No, they didn't.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
It was
they're cutting $100 million from WIC in the new budget. From WIC, that's where you get the mother's milk and cheese and juice and for the babies and stuff like that. They're cutting that, but the taxpayers is gonna be on the hook for what is it? 300? How much for that ballroom? 300 million? Another 300 million?
600.
$6 million at the taxpayers, which they said we wasn't gonna have to pay for that, which we all knew that was a lie. That it was gonna all be donations, but we're gonna be. And they found out that Trump was trying to divert 300 or 400 million from taxpayers to pay for that. We weren't supposed. They said we weren't supposed to pay for any of that, and they are cutting WIC. You can't even give the American. They tell us you want people to have babies. We need to have babies. And you don't even want, that's all WIC is for the mothers. And then you had filthy MAGAs online saying, well, now they can't get sodas and they can't get candy. You never could get that kind of stuff with WIC. You can't get that with WIC. Only certain healthy foods you could get with WIC that are approved for WIC. And that was just for mothers who are nursing for their babies and for, the little Tonga stuff. WIC. We can't even give, you don't even want to give the mothers, you want people to have babies, but then you're cutting WIC. You're cutting $100 million from WIC. You don't even want to feed the pregnant mothers, the newborn babies, the infants, give them cereal and juice and eggs and bread and vegetables and things like that. That's what WIC is for. I don't know what else WIC. I've never gotten WIC, but I know that's what it's for. And formula and stuff like that, they're cutting $100 billion from WIC.
Ought to be more. All the fraud there.
100. See, fraud, and a lot of filthy MAGAs were saying when they can't get candy and soda and this that. You never could get candy and soda with WIC. You never could. Only certain items are approved that you can get with WIC. You can't even give the mothers a little piece of or some milk and some cheese and cereal and bread and vegetables and fruits. We can't even do that. And formula, I guess we covered formula as well.
We got to keep the masses enslaved to WIC as long as possible.
Can't even do
you
that.
Sound silly.
Sarge,
You
it's
sound
starving.
stupid.
He's
You sound
starving
stupid.
the
You sound
people.
stupid, Sarge. You sound dumb
Starving
as
the
fuck.
people.
That's able to keep people enslaved to government
Okay, you
programs
sound
as
stupid.
long as possible.
You sound
Let's
stupid.
don't do that.
Why,
That's
Sarge? Are
just
you
sad.
serious?
You sound stupid as fuck. You really
You
do.
sound like a tyrant. You want to keep people enslaved.
It's not. Look at the economic situation of this guy. The fucking minimum wage in this country is $7.25. The cost of a goddamn home on average is over $100,000 motherfucking dollars. Rent is on average over goddamn $1,200 a goddamn month. You talk about being enslaved. The government needs to step in and take care of these goddamn kids since they can't provide fucking valid work. You sound like a fucking idiot.
Minimum wage.
You sound like an idiot.
You sound like a fool and a dupe.
You sound like a goddamn idiot talking about babies
You're
can't
a
eat.
goddamn fool and a dupe. And worst of all, a goddamn Democrat.
Okay, WIC for women and infants and children provides supplemental nutrient-rich foods specialized for breastfeeding, pumping support, nutrition, education, referrals to healthcare and social services. Federally funded programs assist eligible pregnant, postpartum, and breastfeeding individuals, as well as infants and children up to age 5. Produce, fresh, frozen, canned, dry fruits and vegetables, dairy alternatives, milk, yogurt, cheese, and sometimes soy milk or tofu. Whole grain cereals, whole wheat bread, brown rice, tortillas, iron fortified cereals, protein, eggs, beans, peanut butter, canned fish, tuna, salmon, infant foods, iron fortified formula, if not exclusively, breastfeed, baby food, and baby meats. That's what WIC was. Educational workshops, support groups, lactation consultants, and peer counseling. It also provides breast pumps, pumping supplies for mothers needing to return to work or school. I mean, goddamn, we can't even do that. We can't even do that. We can't even do that. This country is shit. We can't even do that. So to hell with all this other bullshit talking about we need to get off the this and this, that. Like rich people are wrong as blind. We can't even do that. We can't even do that. God damn it.
Yep. These damn people, they don't care. And then they got their little.
Do you know what Tijuana Brown is?
Then they got their little foot soldiers out here.
Do you know what Tijuana Brown is?
I don't know what a damn Tijuana Brown
Yeah, you don't
is.
want to know either, because I'm about to blow you out the water.
I don't care what it is. Okay.
I'm going to tell you what happened to her and her 2 daughters, Tia Gemma Brown and Antoinette Rouse. And this is typical of hundreds of black Democrat women I've read about in the last 3 years. Hundreds. I'll give you every one of their names. But listen, Tijuana Brown is just pled guilty in a federal court to filing 15 loan applications for businesses that did not exist. She used forged tax documents to drain pandemic relief funds meant for struggling Americans. They got $175,000. They spent it on Louis Vuitton bags and a $15,000 birthday party with horses, thrones, and fancy gifts. She ain't the only one. I've got hundreds of names. Tyrone, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to put on a show that will give you the names, the dates, and the persons who have committed federal fraud, and they're all black women Democrats over the last 3 years. It's staggering, the number.
Don't let them do it,
They've
Tyrone.
been convicted, indicted, or pled guilty.
Don't let them do it, Tyrone.
Yeah, you don't want me to, because it'll scare you to death.
No,
You're
it
right,
won't
you
scare me
shouldn't
to
let
death.
me do it, so you can keep living in your dream world.
You are a heretic.
I'm a coon and a race traitor, and proud to be one.
You
I'm a
are
cool little race trader, and I'll
awful
continue to be
person.
as long as this
And-
corruption continues.
And I hope one day that you see the light. You want everything to go
Never
through
will we
these rich
brainwashed like this. Never. Never.
robber barons.
Never.
So you will talk and bitch about milk
Like I said,
and
hey, you're right.
cheese
It's ironic. You
and
got the
fresh
guts. I will
vegetables
do that show.
and lactate
If you
equipment
got the
and
guts,
referrals
nigga.
for people for health care, where you want all the money to go to rich, evil, tech people,
Billions of
robber
fucking
barons,
Democrat
and
thieves.
these type of people.
Billions of
You
dollars
are
for Democrat
a
thieves.
heretic. You are a heretic. And I've had enough
Yeah,
of it.
I'm a heretic, you
A
motherfucker.
heretic.
Just like
You
Martin Luther.
are
I'm a heretic.
evil.
I'm
You
just
are
like Martin Luther.
evil. You
Come
are
out
an
with the
evil.
95 theses on your
You
goddamn
loose-
Facebook.
You Lucifer dick sucking piece of shit.
I got some garlic for you too, you fucking vampire.
Oh,
Good
God.
goddamn night.
All right. Well,
Good night.
I guess that's the end of the show. Y'all crazy. All right. Well, he going to look like. All right. So that's it. YouTube, y'all can call in. I'm gonna open the lines.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Types of things to happen because I lose it. People are going to come up. We're talking about black women and stealing, and we're talking about taking cheese and milk and bread. What? Woo! I got it. Tomorrow is holiday, and I'm going to enjoy
Oh yeah, happy
myself.
Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth.
Happy Juneteenth, everyone. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night. YouTube gonna get ready to shut y'all down. All right, and I'll talk to y'all later.